We have here representation of Nordic and Baltic countries, mostly. And we have here the representatives of our Common Dignity Rights-Based Approaches group. We are very proud that with us finally is Bente Mathisen, who has done an incredible job as a focal point of our Common Dignity Working Group. And we have here the representative of Ukraine, Nicola Yakovina, and we have sort of the newest ICOMOS scientific committee on water heritage, and I would say the ideologist of that group, Nils Ahlberg, and my good colleague in ICOMOS board from Sweden, is going to give the first presentation today. Please, Nils.
Nice to be here. And I'm going to talk about water heritage and about the importance of water heritage and trying to understand a bit better what is water heritage really, because it's so self-evident to us, so we really need to have some details, I think, and also end up with the problems, how to deal with this today, especially from European perspective. So, some years ago, there is International World Water Week in Stockholm every year. Some 3,500 people participate from 130 countries around the world. It's very much the technical side of water management and how to develop that. And some years ago, a colleague and I went there and we wanted to have a seminar on the history of water. What does it mean to know about the heritage, the water heritage? And we presented this proposal and they sort of said, oh, water cultural heritage, what is that? It's so vague. What has it to do with water management? And we were just astonished. They didn't sort of say anything. They didn't really know what that was. So perhaps this attitude. Water is very good because without it you can't make coffee. Well, I think there is more to it than that. So all through history, really, all over the world, water has been a decisive factor in all human life and the development of society. It means a lot to identity to people, and it's very central for us. Traditions, beliefs, way of living, and it's a vital concern for everyone. Water heritage is really everywhere. We see it all the time around us. Just look at the map of this area. You can see very long coastlines, lots of lakes, lots of rivers, lots of islands, archipelagos and so on in all our different countries. Iceland, the Scandinavian peninsula, the Baltic area, all the large islands all around there. In southern Sweden there are very many lakes, there are very many rivers, long coastlines, different archipelagos. Further north we have this series of parallel rivers going down to the water in the Baltic, and of course being used the water power in many ways. There are lots of islands and archipelagos. The whole Stockholm area is really an archipelago landscape. East of Stockholm there is some 25,000 islands, and inside Stockholm to the west there is a great lake and also lots and lots of islands. Looking at Denmark, so many islands, it's really a peninsula and islands all of the country. And it's also the entrance to the Baltic Sea, which has a very, very important historic importance. Norway, with all its fjords, there are some 1,000 fjords, I believe, and lots of islands along the coastland. Finland, the country of 1,000 lakes, it's called sometimes, and of course the Baltic area, but also long coastlines, coastal states, all of them, rivers, lakes, and so on. So there we are, lots and lots of water everywhere. So there it is. What is water heritage? Well, there are so many different aspects of water heritage. We just take it for granted. It's all around us. But perhaps it's good to just look at some of these things and realize how important it is and how basic it is to all our lives. Just look at the cultural landscape and how it has developed. All the settlements, of course, they relate to water. Where there is water, there will be a settlement, and you can see it all through the stages, from the Stone Age, from the very, very early period until today, how the landscape has developed due to the water and the water reserves and the availability of water. Look at farming. Well, of course, farming needs water. Sometimes it's too much water, sometimes it's too little water. You develop irrigation system, ditches, cover ditches, and a lot of things, but it's based on water, of course it is. Hunting, perhaps not so obvious, but the animals will follow the water somehow. And in places like this, which is one of the rivers in the north of Sweden, there has always been a crossing of animals, which is a perfect place for hunting. And there are some 2,000 of these stone carvings from the late Stone Age and Bronze Age in that area. That depicts and really is a very obvious message telling about the water and the water history for hunting. All along the coast there are fishing villages and seasonal fishing villages, just used in the summer period perhaps, and some more permanent. And of course you have the coastal trade as well, on water of course. And you have the harbours, and it's so self-evident, the water. But I was astonished to hear the other day about Bergen, that when you talk about the importance of Bergen, the Hanseatic League, the buildings and so on, you forget the water. It's so self-evident. It's a basis. Without the water, it just wouldn't exist. And we have harbours, small harbours, smaller towns, of course the big main harbours as well. So it's a great variety of that. This is interesting. Waterways or beacons. You know the sort of fires they had along the coast as a warning system. There is an invasion coming on, and you will lit one and it will spread along the coast. So there you are. Both the invasion would come along the coast, and of course the warning system is there as well. So as ancient monuments, you have series of these along the coast. Other waterways, man-made waterways, like the canal system, more inland, not along the coast. And we have a lot of that. And it's very important and interesting industrial and technical memories in this. And we mustn't forget the winter. In this part of the world, the winterways were so important on the ice to carry very heavy goods like iron and copper, for instance. Of course you did it in the winter with the sledges on the water. You had markets on the water. And the copper, the iron was so important to the basic economy. In Sweden, for instance, in some periods, Sweden produced some 80% of the world iron and copper. That was the backbone of Swedish economy. And it would freeze a lot. And well, more pictures coming on that actually. The Vikings, you know about the Vikings, and they traveled on water. They traveled eastwards along the Atlantic, but also along the rivers in the, I would say, rather Ukrainian area down to Constantinople, passing Kiev, but into the Russian area as well, far, far away. We can see that in the finds, in the archaeological finds. And later on, the Hanseatic League again, and Bergen, the water, the trading, the shipping, the harbours. It's all built on water. Fortifications. fortifications, is both the location, where we had a good location for some kind of fortress. It often depends on the water and if there is an island, but the water itself is used as a very important element in the fortifications. And this goes back to ancient times, but we saw it yesterday when we had the marine, the modern fortification or naval systems along the water. Town planning, the location, almost all towns, I would say every ancient town in Sweden is located somewhere close to water, on a lake, on a river, on the coastlands, and that goes for everywhere really, or most of the world. And they still today form a very important element in the water. Look at this one, it's Sigtuna, a bit north of Stockholm, which is the oldest still existing town in Sweden. And you can see it's a single street plan which follows the water, parallel to the water, and then you have the little lanes leading down to the waters, jetties sticking out to the waters, the harbour where the ships were. So it's completely formed by the water and the water transports. And of course, water transport was the important transport in the old days. You can see the town planning of the 17th century. The Netherlands had a leading role in town planning, and they, of course, to their the topography of the Netherlands, water is basic really, and water is used inside this kind of canal system, which we have in Göteborg, Gothenburg on the west coast. And that whole city was built to attract Dutch people, which were leading in trade and shipping and economy, to settle in Sweden and develop the Swedish economy. And we have similar town plans all around this area. Stockholm is another typical example. The old town of Stockholm, that island, if you control that island, you control all the trading routes. You have the lakes to the west, and there you have the mining districts, and as I said, the backbone of Swedish economy. It had to pass that little island. If you control that island, you control the economy, you had a military control, you have a very good control of the country. And today you might think that Stockholm is a bit to the side, but looking at the Swedish Empire and the transports of the time, it's really very, very central in this area. And that's the reason why Stockholm grew from nothing to be one of the most important and the largest towns in this whole area in a very short time. And you can just look at the town plan of Stockholm itself, and I could talk about this for hours, and I'm not going to do it now, but it really relates very much to the water. You can see the main roads going across from one harbour to the other. You had to reload the ship to the bigger ships going international trade. And you also have this system of small lanes leading down to the waters. Again, probably jetties sticking out in the water, so that's why you have all these little lanes out there. And as I said, water was the main way of transporting, and when Sweden grew to become a leading country in Northern Europe, this old-fashioned little medieval town wasn't much to show off, so you needed a facade for all the visitors coming here. And they built this waterfront, which is kind of a parade facade of wonderful buildings, to actually give a good impression of the city to all the people arriving there and arriving on water. And that is still used. At the highest point of the old island, you had the old castle, and then it burned and was replaced by this Baroque palace. And again, so using the water, facing the water to give this impression view, and that carries on in later town planning. This parade facade going along the water of the 19th century, the late 19th century. And the famous Stockholm Town Hall, which really uses the water, the setting by the water, to make a wonderful impression. We have all the smaller things, all the businesses, trade, activities, sawmills, and other industrial plants using water power. And that's spread all around the country. There are hundreds of these, there are thousands of these around the country, or have been. And many of them are not in use today, but there we have a problem in preservation. How can we keep them? What is happening? There are other wishes to sort of clear these waters, but I'll come back to that. All the long rivers used for hydroelectric power stations, big ones, but also the very small ones. There are thousands of those small ones, and I think those small ones, local ones, are important, particularly important today. You have the mining, and you perhaps don't think that as so much, that is related to water so much, but the way they did it, they had this fire, and then they poured water on it to crack the stone. And of course they needed pumping systems and so. So without good water facilities there could be no mining. And the mining, as I said, was so important in our country. And the iron works, where you produce the iron, which was a bit further away, used the water. The main industrial landscapes later on of the 19th century related to the water. This is Norrköping in Sweden. This is textile industry mainly, but other types of industry as well. And we have similar places in the whole of this area. Shipbuilding, of course, the famous Vasa, which was a great failure. It sank the first day. And then we are happy about that because we could carry it up and look at it. But a small-scale shipbuilding, we heard a lot about that, and of course the large-scale shipbuilding. So industrial again. You have things like recreation, and how that is used, the water. You have the seaside resorts and special types of buildings, all the balconies there. You have the society buildings, you have early hotels, parks, famous villas. So that again is so much related to the water, as are the spas, perhaps more inland, but using water. You have it in parks. It's a very common feature in parks, being used in different ways. You have it in all sorts of individual buildings, lighthouses, of course, water towers, fire stations. So there it is again. You have it in bridges, canals, harbours, all these things, sewage systems, technical systems, of course. We mustn't forget that. And also intangible. We tend to look at the tangible things, the physical things, the buildings, but in all sorts of beliefs, spirits, sacrificial wells around the country. You have it in art, in traditions. As a motive for art, the water is fine, and also you have the swing houses. Now some nude maids for the women. We had very little of that in the art gallery yesterday, somebody said. And again, the ice, skating on the ice, that is a tradition, of course. And used in fountains and water sculpture. Place names. A lot of street names and place names are based on water, and that, of course, tells about the history of society. So there we are, 10,000s of dams, constructions, buildings all over the country, and also very large complex systems, whole landscapes, industrial landscapes, other types of landscapes, which is based on water, on the use of water and water systems. And today, well, water management, we have, of course, legislation that tells about it, and sometimes confronting. We have the authorities. Very important is the Swedish Sea and Water Authority, but there are regional water authorities and there are the county administrative boards as well. They're very much involved in that. And on perhaps the heritage side, you have the National Heritage Board, you have local authorities, developers, owners, and users. it's kind of a fight, as we heard yesterday, between nature preservation and heritage preservation. And nature preservation is very strong in Sweden. It's got very good resources, man resources, but also knowledge and experience. On the heritage side, there is of course the National Heritage Board. There's something called the Water Heritage Network. I belong to that, ICOMOS belong to that, Europa Nostra, different organizations. Actually, basically some 500,000 members through all these organizations. And we are writing and making statements and trying to approach politicians, the museums, and locally, very much local heritage society and local people very much argue in favor of the heritage, I would say. And you can see in the newspapers a lot of debate on the water and demolishment of water features, of dams and other things. So there is quite a discussion about it. I would say that the problem is very much the European Union Water Framework Directive, or rather the implementation of it, the way it is implemented in Sweden, because Sweden is more strict than necessary. This water authority is really quite strict, I would say, and it's very much about nature preservation's dominance and conflicting nature interests. The water management is not fully aware of heritage values. There's a limited knowledge, inventory works on them. What do we actually have, and what does it stand for, and how is it spread over the country? And also limited resources in heritage preservation and in renewing these. And looking at I'm not going to talk about the framework a lot, but basically it aims for what's called good status for all water. For cleaner water, for ecology, for drinking water. And they also talk about river basin management. That is the whole of the long river system, not sort of individual pieces, but to see it together in a holistic thing. But there are exceptions when you talk about heavily modified waters. And heavily modified waters, that is, for instance, when water has been used for different plants, for water power for centuries. That is heavily used, and that is the exception, which could be used much, much more. And especially in Sweden, I think we are too bad in doing that. And the Swedish Water Authority, they very much aim for free flow of water in rivers and streams, and that is free movement of fish and plant. That is, which really means consequences: demolitions, old dams, water mills, hydroelectric power stations, industrial plants, all sorts of construction. And it also means great changes to the landscape as such. We do have the Landscape Convention as well to protect it. So my question is this thing about free water and passage for fish. Yes, it's good in many ways. Of course, we support that. But is it always the best way? And does it conflict with other aims we have? Of course, we already seen that there's a loss of cultural heritage. So there we have a conflict. Can we find solutions that keep the heritage as well as adding, helping up these nature values? This place, for instance, has a tradition 1,000 years back using the water system, and they want to demolish this main dam to have free flow of water. And it's been taken to court, and actually the nature interest won that thing at a court. So it's now taken to the higher level of court, and we don't know what will happen. But of course, without this dam, that was the foundation of using the water heritage. You will understand a little bit. You have some buildings left, but the dam and the water and will show so much as being the sort of the base for all this activity. So that's a great conflict. I would say sustainable development generally. Sustainable development meaning using the existing resources in the best way. That's the way I would define it. And of course, non-renewable resources are particularly important. And I would say the heritage is a non-renewable resource. It's a resource in so many ways, both built and for the people and the thing. So you shouldn't demolish that. In some cases, actually, when having this free flow of water, the rivers dried out. And sorry, all the fish died because there was no water. Is that a good thing? I mean, having these dams and things, even when it's very dry, you would still have some water in some places, so the fish would stay there, it will survive. Changes to the ecological system. Of course, the ecological system we have today has been developed through thousands of years of use, this land use. And if you take it away, they talk about restoring it. Well, it's not restoring, it's something, creating something which is completely new, bringing back some kind of function. But it's not a restoration back to what was there before. It's creating something completely new. The supply of fresh water. We need it for drinking water, we need it for the agriculture, we need it for fire protection. So if it just runs away, is that the best thing? Perhaps it's better to have some of these dams to stop it up a little bit. On the other hand, it might be increased risk of flooding, because when it all sort of rains heavily or the snow will melt, it will be all at the same time going down. And instead of stopping at certain intervals, it will all go down to Stockholm and Stockholm will be flooded. That could happen. So it's in better control if you have these dams and things that will stop it a little bit at some stages. And loss of water power. We need the water power. We need it for electricity. We need it. We need it. We should use it, not get rid of the small plants. There is this aim of restoring wetlands, which in fact means bringing back barriers that will stop the water, because they have been drained out to make them into agricultural land. But now it's important to bring them back. So there we have another aim, which is really contrary to this thing about free flow of water. Eutrophication, you know, all the neutral salts and things going out to the Baltic. It's a great problem with the Baltic, having too much of that. If the water stops a bit, it will stay in the agricultural land and be used there. So that's another aim we have, which is a bit contrary to, I think, to this. And of course, local businesses based on water, based on well, all sort of things happening there. Recreation, outdoor life, this will be changed, the landscape. And also, I think, the democracy and democratic participation. And today, I think, we have a new reason. The Russian invasion on Ukraine, that really tells us that these small plants, water plants, mills, electricity things, spread out locally all around the country are very, very important. The big ones, well, one bomb and then you get rid of 10% of the electricity in the country, perhaps, at the bad case. If you have the small ones that will provide electricity for the local community, also the food production locally, all these very small plants spread out through the country are particularly important for that reason, I would say. So I see a lot of problems and I see a lot of arguments that should be discussed when we talk about water management. And I'd just like to finish with a nice example. This is in Västerås, which is an industrial city in central Sweden, a bit west of Stockholm. And you see that little building. That's a very early hydroelectric power station, built in 1891, and it's the oldest one still in use in Sweden. And this is the hometown of the ABB company, the ASEA Brown Boveri. which was merged with a Swiss company, but it's sort of the Swedish base is still here. So it's important for the development of this whole city, of the industry, the industrial revolution, the industrial development. And they wanted to demolish this. There was a discussion to do that. But in the end, they made this fauna passage instead like this. You know, demolishing it, it would change the waterscape very much of the city, the whole impression. There it is, it's quite a small building, so it's not very remarkable in itself, but it does tell a very important history, I think. So in the end they built this fauna passage instead, and it seems to work very well. The fish can pass up the stream, and they are now doing similar things along this river, further up the river. So there are ways of doing this, and this should of course be the aim. Nature interest, yes, that's important too. Heritage interest. We have to find ways of speaking to each other, understanding each other, and finding good solutions that are good to both sides. So that's the positive thing, hope for the future, and that's where I will end with a picture of my hometown, Stockholm, on water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niels. May I ask for this Västerås, was it made in the limits of the original river basin, or
Yes.
was it widened?
Yes, they sort of just cut a small part along the side of it.
Okay.
So they built this kind of extra wall inside, and then they had a fish passage there. And this is, most of it is still like the original.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. At least for me, it was you had a lot of extra ideas coming up from your story, starting with that. If you noticed in Tallinn, when you walked in the old town of Tallinn, the streetscape is relatively odd for nowadays people who come from mainland, but all the streets are oriented to the sea. And that makes it rather tricky to pass the city like from east to west, because it's meant to be to the north. And many other issues. Is there any questions from the audience?
May I have a small remark?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a very good point when you pointed out restoration of the rivers. It is very, how can I say, contradictional expressions. And I have met, in my cases, at our nature preservation board, they use in the wrong way. They are talking about restoration, but in real life it is creating a new river with all the very harmful consequences to the environment. Yeah. So they even don't know what was the original trace of the river. They cannot restore it. So it should be somewhere very, how can I say, very clearly to hear and understand what they are talking about restoration.
Yeah. It's very much creating a new ecology, because the plants, the fish, everything has changed through thousands of years of use, really. So it's not going back to something that existed before. It's creating something completely new.
We had such kind of problems. You will tomorrow you will see it when you are passing the island Muhuma towards Saaremaa, and there was the solid dam made at 1895. It's a solid one. So it is cut straight, and there is now created a totally new life. And even now there is under this discussion to make some, can I say, the openings or the pipes or whatever. So now is the problem once again damaging already creating during the 100 years life. So even this one should be taken into consideration.
Yeah, it's exactly like Linna yesterday.
Yeah.
When we close down, when we break down the dam, all this environment that has been there for more than 100 years will change, will completely change, because and it has to adapt to new conditions. And so it's not so easy. Yeah, Bente?
I think it's a very interesting discussion, and when we talk about people-centered approaches, because here the people using the water, we have changed totally how we use it, and the society around is totally changed. So when you talk about the river, a river that was formed by maybe the agriculture and the use around, and then we use it totally differently. So the trace or the way of the river in the agricultural landscape would be totally different from the urban landscape. And but though we still, to my mind, have the responsibility, like you talk with the town plan of Stockholm, Bergen, Tallinn, where you have the street with the transport were directed to the sea, and we have a new transport crossing it. So, to what extent is our transformation respectful to the tradition? That is a crucial question that I find very, very difficult, and there's no obvious answer. There are many answers, so we have to make choices every day when we do our on-the-ground assessments. And I think that is why it is so important that we have this discussion, and also congratulations to Nils and the others who are working for a scientific committee focused on the water. I think it will be a very important committee for us in ICOMOS in the future. Thank you.
Yes, and what I think is that having the knowledge and understanding of the water and how it has been used through history will help us to find better solutions today. And when we went to that first Stockholm World Water Week asking for this is really what we wanted to say, that thousands of years of experience mean something. We have a knowledge. Let's use this knowledge when developing the new modern technologies. How to save water. Look at the Middle East, for instance, and look at India. We had the General Assembly in India. We saw these water reservoirs, and there are systems, there are ways of developing, and this traditional knowledge might help, I think. And just having a communication, a discussion, and knowing each other will always make us find better solutions. That's why the heritage is so important. It will help the future. Inspire, I think. Yeah. And also the identity to people will be carried on, what it means to people, to local communities. So that's where we can meet the different groups in our discussion.
I wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, small comment, but you have said it all already. So just to remark that there are some cases where it is quite simple. In the case of Brugge, the harbour is part of Brugge. There is no question about it, that it is integral part. But there are the cases where all the values should be respected, and there it becomes more difficult to find solutions. But it starts with the communication and respecting of all the values and finding best solutions. And it is hard to do. But this communication should be continued instead of saying that some values are of less value. So I have seen that in many cases exactly this thing of not respecting certain values or not thinking that these values are worthy enough is the basis of conflict. And of course procedure is these public hearings and discussions with all rights holders and stakeholders is very, very heavy and time consuming, but it must be genuine. Then in the end there might be solutions on the table that nobody has thought before, and that is the way to the future, I think. And on the small scale here in Lahemaa and somewhere, we have seen that something that starts from the conflict can have very positive solutions for everyone that we even didn't think before. And I have a hope in that in the case of all the heritage that is connected with water, because we somehow since 70s we didn't think that water is integral part of that heritage, and now it's the latest time to think it over again, like in the case of Bergen Brugge. I think it's
the basis.
It's the basis, yeah. There is no Hanseatic trade without water.
Yeah. One last comment. We talked a little about it yesterday, that far too often heritage is sort of brought in at some stage, in a very late stage, when, well, it's been discussed and people say, oh yes, of course we could have done it that way, but now we invested 10 million euros in the project, so we can't change it. It's important that the heritage aspect is there from the very beginning, starting the discussion and through all the different stages of these projects. And that is something which doesn't happen far too often, I would say. So just the continuity and being there and helping the discussion and coming with some ideas will really help to get a much better result in the end. That's my final. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. It was very good to have you here. And I would say that we couldn't have had a better setting for your presentation with all this water behind you. But now I'm happy to give floor to our Paulus, who is working in the environmental board in Estonia, and she is in charge of cultural heritage in Lahemaa National Park. But she's also president of ICOMOS Estonia. And Ave has now a heavy task because she headed her presentation holistic approach to
Exactly.
heritage. And I would say what she will do after Nils about this challenge.
It is in me all the time. Good start from Nils. I don't have to explain what is water heritage, and I don't have to explain separate parts of it. I mostly deal with issue how it's protected holistically, and water is a nature resource. That means that already in coastal and water heritage we have nature as integral part of the heritage. And being, I'm actually lucky to be working in the Environmental Board of Estonia, because there I have to, on every step of decision making, take into account both nature and culture. And as we do have only one planet, we all should do that. It is difficult, and it becomes more difficult to think that we have now problems at hand. When we think of 10 years perspective or 20 years perspective, water can be all over. Different water here in Baltic Sea and in Finnish Gulf, much warmer and different habitats. So we are facing the changes as well as, exactly as Nils pointed out, exactly this, for example, COVID time has shown us that this local scale traditional knowledge embedded in traditional nature use and heritage can be a solution for the future, because in the case where global systems collapse, exactly this local knowledge is something that can help us to survive as easy as that, or as difficult as that. But coming back to this local scale, I'm very happy to describe the local scale of Lahemaa National Park, where we are here. And you have seen yesterday, those who were not in internet, but here in presence from 8 countries, some small bits of Lahemaa coastal different heritage. I tried to explain how we protect it together with local communities. Just to start, in Lahemaa, as in holistic approach to heritage, we deal with, in the conservation of heritage, we deal with different types of heritage: tangible heritage, intangible heritage, and cultural landscapes, where we deal mostly of nature use cases. And in the case of cultural heritage protection, we have international level of definition, regional level of definition, and national level of definition. European is not worldwide, but in the regional level of definition. And in the protection measures, We have private and public, and we are, in the case of Lahemaa, talking about state level enforcement. That is, Lahemaa National Park cultural heritage and natural heritage is protected on the state level. Estonia has ratified a FARA convention, and here we have very nice holistic definition of regional level cultural heritage that defines the role of heritage communities and local communities and cultural environment as the bigger holistic thing that actually in every decision making you have to take into account that the definition itself embeds heritage communities. So cultural heritage is a group of resources inherited from the past which people identify independently of ownership as a reflection and expression of their constantly evolving values, beliefs, knowledge and traditions. It includes all aspects of the environment resulting from the interaction between people and places through time. And there has been always talk about what is heritage community. On the European level, within those countries who have ratified the convention, a heritage community consists of people who value specific aspects of cultural heritage which they wish within the framework of public action to sustain and transmit to future generations. So when taking these definitions as the basis, we can come to the solutions. Just a picture that this holistic approach of cultural heritage is, I lose some pictures, is not only in Lahemaa National Park, but in 6 national parks of Estonia. Lahemaa, Matsalu, Vilsandi, Sooma, Karula, where Leelo is currently in South Estonia, and our newest national park south of Narva, where we have been, Alutaguse National Park, which is, as to the area it covers, even bigger than Lahemaa National Park, because it consists of bits and pieces, and I'm in charge there as well. So state level protection that Leelo talked about, that we actually implemented together with local communities. What is very specific about that is that we have made in rules and regulations, conservation rules of Lahemaa National Park, that is state level rule, the fishing traditions are put as a separate heritage target and value exactly during the process of making these rules there. So cultural heritage is mentioned, of course, with tangible and intangible aspects, but specifically mentioned is traditional fishing as heritage target of state level. And in management plan, you see we have different separate mechanisms for different separate types of heritage: historical land use, settlement structure, archaeological landscapes, vernacular architecture, listed monuments, military heritage, sacred natural sites, cultural places of village, folk culture and language, and traditional lifestyle and crafts. Up here we see the zoning of Lahemaa National Park. All this in color is limited management zone, where the primary heritage target is interaction of man and nature, to be more precise, human and nature. And these white areas are special management zones or nature reserves, when the primary objective is natural succession of nature. And the coastline is here. And this blue is sea limited management zone. We have, as Leelo mentioned, Cooperation Council, who is counseling body of the manager of national park where there are all stakeholders, duty bearers, and rights holders, including local community representatives on from separate regions and heritage expert communities. And when just to think of some example, which are the heritage communities, for example in Lahemaa, for example on the coastline of Lahemaa, then we have heritage communities of space, of practice and of interest, that is general division. Space or place is the local communities, of practice is those ones who practice certain aspects of heritage as boat builders or as religious groups, and of interest is experts. We can consider ourselves as heritage communities of experts. And within these specific communities, we have, as to Lahemaa, for example, as to the historic situation, very different local communities, those included who were fled the area and who are refugees, for example. They are former local communities of the area, as well as to when you widen that they are not only Estonians, they are Baltic Germans, they are Russians who have been inhabited these areas. So the palette becomes much more wider than only to talk about those who have residency here. But we operate on the operational level. The residency gives the status of local community here. Like basically, when you are more than half a year here, basically a residency, then you are member of local community and can have specific traditional fishing rights that we are trying to achieve. And here are some pictures of some activities and some locals, and here we have boat that Johannes Varma made, and that is traditional. Not a specific boat isn't made by Varma, but it is made in 1928, and it is currently in Kotka, but it represents Estonian Finnish traditional heritage because it is this spirit speed boat that went there. We have talked yesterday about how that we protect buildings and settlement structure and architecture. We have more than 10,000 buildings in 72 plus 2 villages plus 2 bigger smaller towns, and that means we have zoned. Here you see Käsmu, where zoning of Käsmu, we have very valuable buildings, milieu valuable buildings, and neutral buildings, and then we have destructive buildings. But this destructive buildings isn't the open data. It is as to the separate buildings and zoning of the villages that are of 4 different classes of traditional, very valuable parts of the village, valuable than these industrial areas and development areas. On the coastal area, we will add the coastal protection zone. That is where you can build only boat sheds, net sheds, harbors, and related facilities with the sea. It differs from area to area, but there you cannot build residential buildings or other things that are not connected with sea use. And there are some pictures and some discussions about how to build new buildings on the coastline. And then we have coastal, as to the land use in general, the coast means not only buildings or sea use, but coastal land use itself. That means forest use and coastal meadows. And we have made an analysis of historical land use and agricultural traditions of all Lahemaa, including coastal areas. And here you can see that the loss of coastal meadows and Alvars has been, exactly, coastal meadows has been the biggest one from 12,500 hectares of semi-natural habitats that we had in the beginning of 20th century. Only 3,800 has remained. This yellow area is former agricultural semi-natural habitats grassland, and now in 2010 we have so few of them left. And we were passing yesterday the Muuksi historical area, archaeological area. You can see the density of the archaeological layers there in this picture, and down here one Alvar that is not exactly on the coastline. And to keep that layer of coastal heritage, we need basically five, not only coastal, but in Lahemaa we need basically 5,500 cattle units more. That is another research that we have recently made, and we do have only 588 cattle units now here, so the loss of this traditional lifestyle on the coastline is gone too. As to the forestry, most 70% of the land is covered with forest and bog, and we do have problems with forest cuts that are qualitatively different from traditional forest use. We do have rule that you can cut forest only on this frozen soil, and we don't have frozen soil anymore, and that makes a big difference what remains in the rock forest after the work is done. So we have had a special promotion of traditional forest use with horses since 2013 and so on, and again one picture is gone, yeah, horse is gone. And when you think of traditional knowledge, skills and crafts, exactly this handicraft work or small scale work is something that can help to keep us alive in the future too. So exactly this small scale nature use from the local resources, be it boat building, be it traditional forestry, traditional fisheries, or building of houses, is something that we have promoted throughout the years. And these workshops, for example, and seminars and conferences around that have been extremely popular at a time. And when you go in last 5 minutes, or then if you go nearer to traditional fisheries values, then you can have separate tangible heritage values, immovable objects, buildings, movable object vehicles, boats, ships, and rights of the heritage communities connected with that. With intangible heritage values, traditional knowledge, skills, crafts, beliefs and customs, folklore, and nature use values, use of fishing stock, fishing methods, fishing areas and routes. So basically that is what we are trying to conserve or promote or keep alive, again. The ladies come back, you know. And while doing traditional fisheries research or promotion of the areas, already in the beginning of 2010, it was started to come out that all the buildings and the traditions are connected with language. So now out of that has come this Pohiranna cultural space promotion that is actually makes it even more valuable that when you try to keep separate details, then you come out with the idea that it is holistic and it is a separate cultural space actually that is connected to language that you actually keep, although it is not visible that it is there, but it is hidden and it comes very easily out when you have deeper research and that, and it is all connected with language. And keeping boat landing places, example of Viinistu village that we are now. These are traditional farmstead boat landing places here. There were more than 50, more than 40 is visible and can be traced up to now, although there has been culture during Soviet occupation period you couldn't go out from Emily place but only from certain places. And net and boat sheds, otherwise you cannot build on the coastline, coastal protection zone, but you can build net and boat sheds when there is a historically appropriate and when it doesn't hurt natural values. And exactly, this is the layer of Lahemaa National Park coast that is suffered the most because it was during Soviet occupation period simply closed zone, and all these structures were not in use, were demolished. And exactly when the national park in 1971 was established. Then in 72 it started with first act, symbolic act of rebuilding alt ja net sheds back on the coastline and taking away of this fence on the coastline. It was symbolic act, of course, it stayed there, but these that's why we have, when we are talking about Lahemaa National Park, we are having this symbol there. So behind that you can have this image too. And Virve village, the Hara, just next to Hara Harbor where we have been, we have restored there some these old boats. The structure is just next to this concrete structure. And on this net shed there was Bobeda 1948 written, but the structure itself is from 1920s. And of course, typical coastal boats, and this is specific to north coast of Estonia, Viislai type, with that shape. That is unique to the area. And bigger boats and ships, that is Tormilind, just made in Hara. And Suurpea naval base in Hara. This is a Hara structure here. Here is all Hara Bay. Here is the leading line with stands, measuring stands. And here is the Suurpea Institute. So this is a structure as it is. And here is Kirov, this 250-meter long
missile cruiser.
Missile cruiser. and measuring stands of Hara Harbor and Suurpea Institute and different layers in Hara. Exactly this small spot that we have been, different tangible heritage elements. This ancient Virve boat from shipbuilding places to Tsarist cordon, to traditional boat and net sheds, to military structures, to Hara fishing anchovies factory. And the city that we haven't been, but we were planning to go there, with locals reviving this former Soviet city, the military city, with the plans to be made together with Estonian Academy of Arts and workshops, and with new ideas of different communities in Hara Harbor. And exactly just to point out that we do have in our coastal waters the sunken ships of you mean the battle that you mine battle that we visited in Lennusadam. So all these tragedies people remember and talk about the sea that was red. And last but not least, the most important thing is traditional fisheries itself, and we have the analysis of what it is, how and what should be kept, and how it should be kept, and which legal consequences and legal changes should be made in a separate book, and not ending with and what environmental changes are ahead, but that we are actually in this case talking about the Baltic Sea of the largest coastal water hypoxic zone. So actually we all should work together to bring life back to Baltic Sea again, because it is expanding, and now it has expanded to Lahemaa coastal waters below 60 meters. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. It went ballistic. So thank you. Thank you, Ava, for this overview, and many of us recognize the places that we have been visiting. Any questions? You can make one up yourself, just have discussion about this Estonian Academy of Arts. Actually, exactly these 5 last years of work we have brought back to scene the so-called grey passport owners to the field, and cooperation with several, not only Estonian communities, but with Russian communities too. So we are extremely sad that now this very thin connection that we started to have exactly because of the Ukrainian, the Russian invasion and war and in Ukraine is basically put on hold. We don't touch that theme anymore because we were just about to getting deeper what happened there in the naval base, and where with Robert planning to go to St. Petersburg, and we had several lists of people we were already talking to, and unfortunately Nikolai Deri, one of them, we are actually running out of time because people are dying. So so it is this part is currently put on hold, but Slava Ukraini, we think that we can continue that quite soon. I would just like comment that sometimes I feel that we bring our foreign guests unproportionally often to Lahemaa, because Estonia is in general very interesting. We have really very interesting sites all around what to show. But Lahemaa is one of the very few places where we have a person in charge of cultural heritage in that level that Ave is operating. So if we, first of all, because it's a national park, and that gives this excuse. But we have other national parks too that are not operating for cultural heritage so well. But this is really the issue of resources. If we have one fine person like Ava, then miracles can happen to promote the area, and we need it elsewhere too. That somebody. Lahemaa is so rich of cultural heritage. Lahemaa is rich of, Estonia is rich of cultural heritage. But we really have managed it well in Lahemaa because we already since 70s. Yeah, because Anne remember all these people that were here already then. Okay, Art.
If I can say, very good that you mention that really, because I just want to add that from a Norwegian perspective, and I think also from Swedish, at least from Norwegian perspective, if you look at the national parks, which are huge in Norway now. There are a lot of them. There are big areas, and most of them are, of course, in the mountains and so on. But the cultural heritage is not it's mentioned in the law, but it's not reckoned to be a value. If I put it on to say it in the principal way, even they see that there are things happening now. They are moving, but it's established a national park. They're nothing about the cultural heritage. And in this sense, Laima is a very interesting for us to learn from, because it's integrated, and I think that could be so. And also the way you have, especially interested me, how you have looked into all the buildings and classified them from different levels. That's really something that also is interesting from the Norwegian perspective and in general, and not in the national parks, but in general. So it's really interesting to learn from, I must say.
I was especially glad to see two of your slides, Ave. The one where you identified duty bearers, right holders, stakeholders, and entities, I think it was. And then when you listed also the right holders, could you, and it's more elaborate than I see from your former presentation. So I would like to, and it's an example of how we should work, I think. So could you please tell us how you came to that list, where the language was important, where the gated communities, we did discuss what is a gated community and villages. Could you please describe to us why the list has become like it has become?
This list is specifically of coastal heritage, actually, that here we include. There were former Soviet occupation army forces, not only army, but you can...
Army forces.
Yes, three types of them. Robert knows it better. I don't mention that should be listed as here as well. So that is specifically site-specific listing here. So in some other places you have some other listings. That is specifically site-specific. And as to the specificity, then besides these general terms that you have intangible heritage, tangible heritage, and cultural landscapes approach that is holistically integrating the nature use as such into the management, then again, talking with local communities, they just point out very specific things that they are thinking that is crucial to their culture, and that was surprising to me that the language was in center of that. It was almost dying, you know. that surprised me since 2012, actually, really. That inside, I thought that there will be, of course, there will be discussions about building and where to build and how to build and all that kind of thing. That is like a very hot spot. But that the locals cared about traditional fisheries and intangible heritage and language as well. I'm looking at Melika Kinder, who is his local community representative here and who has been taking care of intangible heritage here. So that surprised me, and that wasn't only one or two persons, that were more of them talking.
Yeah, but then I can also add one good thing that is made in Laima is the studies of coastal villages and land villages that I had a slide on, but we also discussed it yesterday in the lunch break. But about the dialects, actually the movement of cherishing the dialects and learning them again started in southern Estonia from Seto and Võru areas. And this is actually a very good example because you always look what the neighbors are doing and you learn from them. So it has been a broader process to cherish the dialects. But again, Laima is a perfect place because it's it's like a model, a small model where we can look on the different aspects and how allied they are on a certain territory. And in that sense, national park is a great contributor to heritage issues. But the dialects are very popular in Estonia-wide. We have almost every smaller dialect group in our 1 million speaker country has already now the ABC books in local dialects for school children, and it's really fashion is not a very good word, but it's some kind of a normality now that we cherish the dialects.
But just to remind, when we look at traditional fisheries, then you have all these tools and activities in local dialect, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, you must know what it means, because otherwise you don't go into history of that, because all the memories are written there in local dialects and so on. So.
Did you notice yesterday, I don't know if Ava pointed out, I was not with you at the moment, when we visited Hara, and there was the text, and one text was also in the local dialect, and everything is in English, Russian, and Estonian. But in this local dialect, when it comes to the Soviet period, the description of history, then it says in this local dialect that now comes the new times and the new words that are not used in local dialects, so carry on reading in Estonian. So all the Soviet part is absent in this Pohjanranna language, because it's new words. New lifestyle, carry on reading in Estonian. but with that, thank you. Now we give floor to Mykola Yakovina, who is the former president of ICOMOS Ukraine, and also our good colleague and friend from Ukraine. And he has a background in legal issues, and he's also an artist. But is this the right one?
I am Mykola Yakovina, honorary president of ICOMOS Ukraine, former acting minister of culture of Ukraine. This is a cursory look at one of the clusters of places of memory in Ukraine, the original appearance of the landscapes of which has undergone and is currently undergoing striking changes and transformations compared to known historical evidence. As in ancient times, anthropogenic activity is most visible in the environment during war and military activities. Moreover, these days it is one of the hot spots of the Russian-Ukrainian war. Let's turn to Herodotus. Herodotus, who tradition defines as a founder of country studies, and it was he who left many descriptions of the lands that are now part of my country, Ukraine. On the territory of modern Ukraine, among other things, he mentioned the forest region, the so-called Hylaea in ancient Greek forest, which has been called by his name for centuries. According by Herodotus, Hylaea is a wooded area on the left bank of Borysthenes, Dnieper. Herodotus visited the area of Hylaea about 20,500 years ago. The location of the current city of Oleshki corresponds to the ancient Hylaea, which is taught by the father of history, Herodotus. According to Pliny the Elder, the part of the Black Sea bordering Scythia was called Hylaeum Mare, and he also mentions the Hylaea peoples. According to the biologist reconstructions, Hileia consisted of oak, elm, poplar, aspen and elder bushes. Among the large animals in the forest were bison and wild horses. Today, Hileia as a separate ecosystem was disappeared and its place was taken by the steppes, which were subsequently plowed. A desert was formed in some parts of Hileia, the so-called Oleshki sands, around which 45,000 hectares of pine forest are green. Separate groves of the former Hileia remained on the Kimbur Peninsula as well as near Parutine on the site of the former Olbia and Oleshki. These forests were destroyed mainly by the Scythians, who used them as pastures and by the fire of numerous fires. Scythians who lived on the territory of Ukraine from the 7th to the 3rd and 2nd centuries before Christ left behind a large number of burial mounds. The technology of creating graves by the Scythians is the construction from piles at the burial site. Noble deceased kings were buried deep underground, up to 15-20 meters from the field level, in a hollowed-out clay cave. The entrance was blocked with stones, and a pyramid was built out the burial place from mounds of earth. The grave was built from layers of turf, mounds made of a mixture of earth and grass, and reeds. Sometimes the hills were covered with stone crepidoma, and then again with layers the logs. The picturesque area in Scythia was partially colonized by ancient Greeks. The city of Oleshki itself arose on the site of the Greek colony of Alexandria. Ancient Greek colonization of the northern Black Sea took place from the second half of the 7th century before Christ to the first quarter, 5th century before Christ. The new city was surrounded the fortress wall. Outside the city, its citizens were allocated land for farming. The colonization of the northern Black Sea region was carried out exclusively in a peaceful way. Mostly the Greeks developed the coast of the sea and Asturias and touched by the settled local population. Established polis did not depend on its metropolis. Relations between the first and second were based on constructional principles. Interesting fact, the Persian army of Darius passed through these places that it is both in ancient times and in the Middle Ages. This area was often the frontier between Europe and the steppe of nomads, which was engraved in Ukrainian history as the wild fields. Already from the second half of the 11th century, a settlement called Oleshia was known, which served as an intermediate point in trade between Kyiv and Constantinople. But later, from the 13th century, from the time of the Tatar invasion of Rus and their settlement in the south, Oleshka seems to disappear completely and appears as late as the 18th century under the name Oleshki. At that time, Oleshki belonged to the Crimean Khan, and because of his vassal dependence of the Ottoman Empire, to the Ottoman Sultan. This is where the Zaporozhian Cossacks went after the destruction of their siege in Kamenka by Moscow troops. In early modern times, there was a civilizational boundary between west and east, or north and south, or between the Christian and Islamic worlds. The Grand Dukes of Lithuania, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth of Nations, and the Cossack Order opposite the Crimean Khanate and the Ottoman Porter here. This is considered one of the reasons for the destruction of forests through fires due to the military necessity to ensure the openness of the place. In 1711, Oleshkivska siege was located in the Oleshki Tract, opposite the modern city of Kherson. Siege was a regular quadrangle with ditches and ramparts 1.5 meters high, with redoutes at the corners and gate on the northern side. In the center was residential semi-dungeons, which were called kurin. To the west, on the basket, stood the church in the intercession of the Holy Virgin, made of reeds, near which there was a cemetery and a well where the water never froze. Siege occupied an area of the most 2 hectares, but that was almost correct. A quadrangle surrounded by ditches and ramparts and a wooden palisade. The defense complex of this siege was complemented by 4 redoubts in each of the corners of the fort. Now this place is a monument of national importance, Oleshki siege of the 14th and 17th century, 1711, 1728. Military operations continued were throughout the 18th century until Russia annexed the Crimean Khanate. But in addition to burning by the military, economic activity also destroyed vegetation, grazing of giant herds of livestock, in particular sheep, also caused the disappearance of forest and grass cover. Because as early as 1802, the area of forests on the sands of the lower Dnieper, which amounted to more than 5,000 hectares, by 1832 had fallen to almost zero. Now it is the largest sand massif in Europe, one of the largest in the dry steppe, non-desert, part of Europe, located on the left bank of the lower Dnieper, stretching 158 kilometers from the shores by the Black Sea, in the west to Kakhovka in the east. The territory of Oleshki Sands includes 7 sandy hill arenas and 6 inter-arena flat plain geocomplexes on a total area of 219,000 hectares. During the Soviet occupation, there was a military training ground in a large sense, where pilots from the Warsaw Pact practiced bombing. In this regard, scientific research of the region was limited. Until now, there is a significant number of unexploded shells in the sand. Unfortunately, with the beginning of the Russian-Ukrainian war in 2014, the armed forces of Ukraine continued the practice of using the area as a military training ground. With the beginning of Russia's large-scale aggression against Ukraine on February 24, 2022, the left bank part of the Kherson region, together with the city of Kherson on the right bank of the Dnieper, came under enemy occupation. In the Kherson region, the occupiers have already damaged a dozen ancient mound-type burials, including Scythian ones, by setting up firing position on them. The Russian military is actively destroying mounds, and those located along highways are particularly affected. Also, there are facts for masking and disorientation of the opponent, the complete destruction of monuments as support points of the terrain. Our 4,500 new objects of immovable, intangible cultural heritage have been registered on the territory of Kherson region in recent years, and their total number is more than 10,000 units, in which 34 are of national importance. Only the Kherson there are at least 100 burial mounds recorded on maps of the 19th century, but only a small number of them have been investigated. One of them was near that on Svobody Square in the center of the city Kherson during the construction of the water supply network. In recent years, there was been talk in the Kherson region about setting up a national nature park on the territory of the so-called Kurgan Valley. We are talking about the area in the former Holopristan district in this region, where at least 308 burial mounds are concentrated. And finally, the individual examples, many and many, of the destructive nature of anthropogenic intervention in the cultural layer of places of memory and the historical landscape do not bear any comparison with the facts of the verge of absurdity which the reality of the last day give us. During the current Russian-Ukrainian war, soldiers of the occupation army of Moscow dug trenches by hand in the so-called Red Forest near the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It goes without saying that the further fate of fates is a topic for radiologist clinicists, but it is worth emphasizing that this is a kind of symbol of modern human activity on the gifts of nature and the life history of previous generations. only one last new destroyed object in this territory, but it will be maybe my topic next lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikola, and it's hard to say, but what we see from how the military have for centuries destroyed heritage, and we still have not learned from it, and the humankind has not learned from it, and we still carry on with such examples. Do you have questions for Mikola?
Maybe many questions, but
Yeah.
your attention and your compassion help us, all Ukrainian, to fight for our heritage, for our common heritage, because it is heritage of all humanity.
I have a question. How much information you have actually of what is done in the current occupied territories with the heritage, for example in Kherson and around, the recent data on that? So, do you have any information or not at all?
We discussed about level public information is can be now, but better to control all information about official site of Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. There are only verified facts, but I have now many examples from occupied territory. But if this information gave me only 1%, I must wait next contacts.
To verify it.
Yes.
Yeah. Because ICOMOS, there are several international organizations, including, or actually foremost ICOMOS, who are helping to document the tragedy. But documenting it's just like documenting. It's not yet preserving or safeguarding it, but at least we...
This is only first
Step,
step,
yeah.
documentation.
Yeah.
But next maybe.
But as to the occupied territories, do international parties have access to basically know?
No. It's first of all comes the lives of people, and it's very difficult to ask people to put their lives in danger, to document it, and also even though the armed forces usually. We are not talking about Russia, but generally the armed forces have a short knowledge on heritage. United Nations armed forces, they have a special training, but human lives come first, and heritage is just like an ocean, if possible, but it's not possible to say it.
Yes. When I choose this subject in June, and I wrote to Anna, I believe that this territory will be reoccupied to autumn, but we must wait now.
You mean liberated by...
Yes.
May I comment that the main reason why we cannot get the right information from the occupied areas is that Russian occupation authorities let only very short list of journalists go to in, and these journalists definitely don't report about the damages of the cultural heritage. They are saying that, oh, the people are very happy to join this the Russian New World, whatever. So you cannot get right. Only that is just verifying from the UNESCO site at 19th of August. That UNESCO verifies that starting from 24th of February, 179 sites are officially damaged. But there is some websites. I am following one which is in Russian, made by Ukraine Ministry of Culture. There is Ukrainian version, but I don't remember. It's an English version too, which is every day making the new tables, but it is not very flexible to use because they use the PDF sheets, not the directly hypertext there.
There are 483 day before yesterday I look this information, damaged objects.
Yeah, thank you. But it was it is good to remind us how the war-going influences the land, the territory, the heritage, the nature. It's thank you, Mikola. And from Norway, Terje Roskar, who is going to talk about small buildings by the sea.
And Ingelina.
Yeah.
Let's also say something. Just
So the floor and the screen are yours.
thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you to inviting us to come here to talk to you. Today, I will also say that our problems feels really insignificant, being the next lecture after hearing about the problems, for cultural heritage in the Ukraine, since what we will be talking about is actually a problem of small heritage buildings being demolished because people want bigger buildings. It seems like a very insignificant problem compared to yours. How did I do this again? So, what we would like to talk about is a report, a project that we have been doing for the last couple of years. So, my name is Tanja Reskar. I'm a conservator, but I work now as a cultural heritage expert for a consultancy firm in Norway. But before I started working there, I worked as a cultural heritage manager in Kragerø municipality, which Ingelina is an advisor for culture. And that's the reason why we came up with this cooperation. I would like to continue working with Kragerø municipality. Kragerø municipality wanted to keep me working for them. So, and when the Directorate of Environment in Norway had a program where you could apply for funding to work with the climate changes in municipalities, we came up with this project that we, as I said, we would like to talk to you about today. So, Ingelina? Yes. When we were introduced, Tanja was introduced as an expert, and that's right. So that's why we are using Tanja, because I'm not an expert. I'm a cultural advisor in a small municipality in Norway, but when you are working in big cities and big municipalities,
you sometimes work with small issues and topics that are specific for something. In small municipalities, you have to work with many things. So I'm so lucky. I've been there for almost 20 years now. Before that I was a teacher. We have, as Tanja is going to tell you about, working together with a report. She is the expert. She is writing the report, giving us advice. I'm the one who is supposed to use this report in my municipality. And Kragerø, we have 11,000 people living there, but during the summer times we have 60,000 people. And because we have so many people there, it's one of the things is because we have 4,000 to 5,000 summer houses, and they are nearby the coastline. 70% of the coastline in Kragerø are buildings. And when we have buildings there, you have not the freedom to go and use the coastline. So we are, and we have this constant conflict between what are we going to preserve and conserve about the old buildings, and what are we going to develop, because we also want people to live there, to work there, to be a part of our city. So that's something, that's why we need this report, because we also are dealing with climate change as everybody else. I'm not going to talk so much, but I will tell you that Kragerø actually is a part of UNESCO. I told Ave, but it's another program. It's because of our geology, and we are also a national park. And I have to tell you that the national park in Kragerø, 97% of the national park are under the surface of the sea. And under the surface of the sea, we have a lot of ships. So actually, we have, because it was talking about it earlier this day, we have actually heritage under the sea in the national park. So that's interesting. And before I will leave the floor to you, for me personally, and because of my work, it's very interesting to be here and listen to all of you, because we are coming from different states, different cities, but we are challenging the same thing. And for 10 years ago, I was in Interreg program. I was so lucky to be a part of a lead partner with my county, and I believe that I believe in dialogue, I believe in communication, I believe in I think that it's not one person that can do all the things. So for me to come back to my little municipality and tell about this, I hope that we can be a part of something. So remember Kragerø when you are working with these important things. And I promise Tanja not to say this, but the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is Kragerø, by the way. I'm assuming everyone understood that. For those who speak Norwegian, this area is called Blindtarmen, which is the same as the appendix that you have in your story. So it's a long story, but it's officially called Blindtarmen. So, our project. Our project, as I said, is funded by the Norwegian Directorate for Environment. And we were so lucky to, when we wrote an application, that they thought this was a really good project. What we were really unlucky with was that we managed to have one meeting with the working group and the steering committee, and then the world shut down. So we have had trouble getting started. We had, well, 12th of March came in Norway and the world shut down and Norway shut down. Then you started to open up again. We got a second wave just as we were starting up again. And we're thinking, okay, we wait a little bit, we're going to try again to have some workshop. Third wave came. So we haven't managed to have all the things that we wanted to do with phase 1, but we'll continue working on it. So this is a collaboration between 2 municipalities with the help of a cultural heritage expert from a 3rd municipality. So part of the funding that you get from the directorate is that you have to cooperate with other municipalities. And we have cooperated with Kvinesdal, which is another municipality on the south coast of Norway. Kragerø is also on the south coast of Norway. And our heritage expert comes from a municipality on the west coast, from a town called Haugesund. And we've had, as I say, we've had a working group and we had a steering committee. Kragerø kommune is the project owner. So they have the administration and also the financial responsibility. Challenges, it's a very simple name, very easy name. Challenges in a changing climate for small heritage buildings on the water's edge. But we had to have, a title that kind of covered what we wanted to say. And the idea behind starting this project is that cultural monuments should be considered a non-renewable resource. If a building worthy of protection is lost, it is not possible to compensate that by building a new one. You will never have the history that sits in the walls. You will never have the knowledge of the handcraft that was used to build it. When a historical building has disappeared, you can't build a copy. You can build a copy, but it will not have the history of the building that has disappeared. And it's also the same to go with if you have a cultural environment with several buildings, that environment will be lost if the buildings are lost. In Norway, around 6,000 buildings are protected by law. Only a handful, or 2 handfuls maybe, are actually protected, which are smaller buildings that are connected to coastal heritage, like these buildings that you see on this picture. There are areas in Norway which have heritage protection of complete areas, which are out on the coast, but mainly these buildings are scattered around and they are in danger. They are in danger for several reasons. They are in danger because they have gone out of use. They are in danger because the people who owns them, it's a prime location, so you don't want a boathouse, you rather want to build a nice cabin with a view over the ocean, the sea instead. They're in danger also because people are getting bigger boats. You can't fit a big modern cabin cruiser into a tiny boathouse which used to fit a rowing boat. So there are all kinds of reason why these buildings disappear. And one of the things we wanted to look at with this report wasn't just go out there and register, oh, there used to be one here, now it's gone, or this one's in danger. But what we wanted to do is to try to make something that would help the administrations in the municipalities to make better decisions. to make a decision, give them a recipe for what to look for when they get the next application to tear down something or rebuild something or change something completely. You know, to have a booklet or something that you open up and you says, oh, we need to look for this, this and that. Because not every municipality has the luxury of having their own cultural heritage expert, or sometimes getting the regional cultural experts to come down and help you is also very difficult. So to give the administration of the municipalities, the people that work with planning, zoning, buildings, something to help them make better decisions, basically. So what we wanted to look at specifically is climate change. One of the reasons we want to look at that is because often when you get applications for changing or tearing down small buildings on the coastline, many of them use the excuse, but we have to, because the climate is changing, so we have to do this and we have to do that, and this won't withstand the climate change. And so what we wanted to do also in our report is to talk a little bit about what actually happens with the climate change, what is climate change, what is extreme weather. So one of the things we looked at, we picked out 2 different areas, one in each municipality, which I will show you later. But we looked at what has happened in these areas that has been documented, which has been considered extreme weather. And also we found it very important to actually explain what extreme weather is, because if you look at the newspaper headlines or the news, extreme weather with big fat black letters, can be used very wrongly, because there's actually a set standard for what is extreme weather. So we looked at different happenings that have happened and been documented that looked for these 2 areas that have been categorized by the Meteorological Institute as actual extreme weather. And that's also, and made a list of it, and that's also to help the caseworkers at the municipalities. So if there's someone saying, well, this is in danger for extreme weather, there's been so much extreme weather, the newspapers have talked about it, the news have talked about it, and they can actually go back to this list and say, well, you know what, this area actually hasn't had extreme weather since 1902. So the likelihood that it's going to be happening is there, yes, in the future, but we have to look at it a little bit more cautiously and not just get scared and say, yes, you can tear it down, or yes, you can build a 3-meter concrete wall in front of it, or yeah. So we, as I said, we looked at what extreme weather is and how often it has been in these 2 areas. And what we also did was very, very briefly was talk about the consequences for wooden building in a changing climate. We made a very brief kind of overview. As a conservator, I could have written pages up and pages down and chapters for each thing, but this is supposed to be something easy for caseworkers to be able to look up and just kind of see what can happen. So there's a small chapter which talks about the biological growth, about rot, about floodings, about any corrosion, deterioration of concrete, deterioration of stone, any metals anything like that, just to give them an overview of what the different agents of deterioration is for these types of buildings. Isn't it great though? I've been in there several times.
Is it for sale?
No, not that one.
I'll gladly leave there.
So, so there are certain regulations or advice, veiledning. What's the good English word for that? Guidelines. Thank you. Guidelines that has been given by different departments to different areas of the work that they do in municipalities when it comes to adapting towards a new climate. But since different departments have different areas of responsibilities, there will be a little bit about this in this guideline, and there'll be a little bit about this in this guideline. So we try to just gather some of the information, very little in this, but also informing about where you can find a lot of this information. And one of the things is we also talked about is the importance of having a risk analysis. So even though this is not World Heritage or anything, we are still saying you need to do a heritage impact assessment. You know, the best way of knowing what to do is to do a risk analysis on a case-to-case basis, or for bigger areas if it's the same problem for the same area. And because climate change has started, the frequency in flooding has started. As you can see, that container is not even on the end of the quay. I mean, the quay continues after that container, but it's completely submerged. And that has happened 3 times since we started writing this report, I think, yes. So it happens already now. So we are giving the municipalities a sort of a quick fix guide to do an impact assessment, a risk analysis, but also giving them advice to where they can find information about how to make larger heritage impact assessments. Because risk analysis for most of the municipalities knows how to do a risk analysis when it comes to building modern buildings or building roads, but they need a slightly different kind when they're dealing with cultural heritage and heritage buildings. So, our case studies. Everyone the Norwegians here, they know where we are, I hope. So this is the southern tip of Norway. And Kragerø is here, and Feda, which is the other place we have, is more towards the North Sea and the west coast, and we're towards the Oslo Fjord in Kragerø. And although they're in different parts and Feda is further inland, there's still many of the same challenges when it comes to how to handle these buildings from the municipality side, although the impacts of a changing weather is slightly different, but for both areas is due to water, flooding or increased rain activity and generally higher relative humidity and more moist environment. As Nina said, there are Kragerø is in an archipelago. There are
495 islands.
495 islands.
And almost 5,000 summer houses.
Latvians, listen.
And a lot of these summer houses either have boathouses, or they are converted boathouses, or they want to get rid of their boathouses. You know, there are, and because of the vast number of islands, you know, for a case study there, we chose one of the biggest one, which is called Skåtøy, and we also chose one specific building and one specific little community, so that we had both a single building and a community. And this is the single building that we chose, and we chose it because it is a very important heritage building, and it's right on the water's edge, and it gets regularly flooded several times a year. And we looked into the calculations? No, the modeling, yeah, of what would happen, yeah. So this is the building that we're seeing. The blue area is where the regular high water, which happen occasionally, comes in, and this is what happens if there's, you know, it coincides with a high tide, coincides with the storm in the sea and the wind coming in. So it's like a tidal surge, which will then cover the entire ground floor of the building. We also, as I said, looked at a small community which was on the outside of the island of Skåtøy, which will be completely cut off. You can't see it that well here, but the road is underwater if there's a storm surge coming in. So we are taking these areas further in phase 2, but in phase 1 now we've started to look and pick out the areas that we're going to concentrate on to use as examples. For Feda, which is it's where a fjord meets a river. So they don't have the tidal surges that you have in Kragerø. There's not very much difference between the high and low water. But what their big problem is when the snow melts in the mountains and it all comes rushing down and it's too narrow and it hits the seawater, and I'll show you some pictures later afterwards now. But this is the same building. This is the river end, and the fjord is down here. And there's our boat houses and sea houses all along the side, on both sides of the river. And they regularly, seasonally, have high water, which floods the sides of the river. So a lot of these buildings are actually built to meet this seasonal flooding, but every now and then, as you can see here, the floodplain is kind of big because it's so flat. But every now and then, you get extreme weather. And this is pictures from the storm called Synna in 2015. Where it was a combination of snow melting in the mountains, enormous amounts of rain, and the bridge crossing kind of stopped the water for a little bit. It was a surge coming from above, not coming from the fjord or the ocean, but it was actually coming down towards the fjord and the ocean. And it's possible that some of you Norwegian actually saw this on the news. And the owner of that for the most boathouse, he was interviewed on the news as his boathouse floated past him in the river. He's just standing there interviewed and looked around and says, "Oh well, that's my boathouse." So and it was huge damage, and a lot of these boathouses along this river are protected heritage building. One is protected by the heritage law, and so we've chosen this area to continue looking into because of the density of protected buildings along that river. And also, this is not the only occurrence where the water has taken buildings and traveled away with them. Those buildings that we saw earlier on, which looked like they were standing on stilts, that's from this area as well. And that's kind of meeting the rises in the water in their own way by standing on stilts, basically. What's fantastic about the buildings that we saw earlier on with standing on stilts is that you don't drag your boat into them, you row your boat into them, and then there's a pulley system, so you pull them up so they hang underneath there, so that whenever the water levels changes, it doesn't affect the boat, because the boat is hanging up there and the house is on stilts. So the water can go up and down as it pleases. As I said, we had an expert with us from the West Coast. So in our report we have what we call a good example. And this is in Haugesund, one of the big boathouses, which is being hit by storms on a regular basis. And we just put in a little chapter in our report about this to give the municipalities an idea that it actually can be done. It's not impossible, because a lot of times you get the people say, well, it's difficult, it can't be done, we can't move it, we can't shift it, we can't lift it. And a lot of the time they're talking about fairly small buildings. This is a large building, and it has been lifted, and it has been, had this foundation fixed, and it has been a lot of work done. And so we wanted to put this in, because if you could do it with this size, you can do it with your smaller buildings. So, phase 2. We are in the process now of planning and applying for our second phase of the project. And one of the things we are going to do is we had planned in our first phase to have workshops for the people who work for these two municipalities, Kragerø and Kvinesdal. But as I said, we went through lockdown after lockdown, and when one municipality had opened up, the other one had had a new round. So we never managed to have our workshops, and we feel that it's really important that this is not just a piece of paper or a report that we have written that we ask them to use as a guideline, but actually we want them to feel that they own it too. So that's why this is like a preliminary report, and then after we've had our workshops, it will be the completed report, because we want them to participate in how the report is going to be in the end. We want their participation, we want to know their thoughts and ideas about it. We want them to pick out the areas which they find problematic, so we can talk about it in the report and try together to find solutions of how to work with these buildings and how to come up with the good ideas of preservation and how they can meet owners and come up with and give them good ideas for the preservation. Also, another thing that we want to do is that we want to be practical. We don't just want to write a report. we actually want to involve young people that are training to become carpenters. We wanted to involve, you know, local carpenters, local heritage craftspeople, and we want to rebuild. We have now taken this one down completely, this building, and we want to rebuild it using traditional methods so that young people and craftspeople and traditional craftspeople can work together and everyone can learn how to work with this type of buildings.
And with the original.
With the original, yes.
Materials.
Yes. So this was the state of the building before we actually dismantled it. We have numbered and drawn and documented everything, and it is lying dry in another building now. It's not just lying outside with the tarp over it, it's actually inside another building. And so every single piece of it is numbered and drawn and documented. And a lot of it had to be, it was rotten, you know, had to be thrown away, but so here we see the opportunity for people to learn how to make additions that will fit into the original material. Just a picture to show that I actually did not just stand there and look at people doing the work. I was doing it as well. You can't keep me away from
standing looking.
So,
But they were photographing.
So, and as we dismantled this building, we could also take good samples of the wood. So we actually had been dated, dendrochronology dated. It's not a super old building or anything like that, but it's an important building in that area, and it was good to sort of get the dating to coincide with old maps and documents, so that you can argue that this is the actual building. It is important. It's not new or anything. So it'll go there, back there, in front. Same place, same size, same materials, same problems. And we will have to deal with that when we start looking at how to do this, but we will try to also involve engineers and challenge them to come up with a way to protect the building without taking the heritage integrity away from it, from the sea. So, thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Ingemina. I just wanted to ask, same size, same place, but the same use?
It will be a cultural heritage, coastal cultural heritage center.
Yeah, so but that means that the use is changing.
The use, it hasn't been used for, it had been used as a storage for rubbish
Okay.
for the last 30, 40 years.
Okay, that is a function that can be let go.
Yes.
But the rest of these small cabins, is it possible to maintain the use?
Well, that's
very small.
That's one of the problems, as I was talking about in the beginning, is that some of these boathouses have gone out of use because most of those that you saw, which are kind of on stilts and everything, there is no road there. You have to park several kilometers away and then go down a very steep path down to the fjord, and people don't really want to do that anymore, you know. And also another problem is that they're built for small rowing boats, you know, and people now, they have cabin cruisers or sailboats, or so they don't fit anymore. And
in Norway you don't run out of gas to go back, or petrol to go back to rowing boats.
And also another problem, which doesn't really have to do with the buildings as such, but a lot of these buildings, there are quite a bit of land
connected to them, but the property. And this is something that's gone down generations. And you can now suddenly, one tiny little boathouse have 16 owners because it's been inherited. And so a lot of the time you get application to have it torn down because they want to split up the property so everyone gets their own little cabin.
One of the old boathouses was sold now because it was, people who had been given it, and it was sold for 3 million Norwegian crowns. A little boathouse. I don't know in euro. You are better than me.
That's like 300,000 euros.
Yeah.
One
And that's,
to 10
yes. So it was this summer. So, but it was because the one who bought it want to tear it down and build a summer house.
And he can do that.
Yeah. No, we hope not. But that is why we need this report and we need law. We have law, of course, but this is the daily challenge. When I've been here this week, every day in the newspaper, the local newspaper, at internet, it's cases like this in my municipality.
I have 3 copies, but they're in Norwegian. But if someone wants to click through it and have a look at it,
I have to have a question round.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
good,
please.
good,
Yeah.
Thank you. I have one comment and one question. As it becomes to the problem, it is exactly because of the coastal zone that we do have here, and in Sweden it is and Norway you don't probably have it. So this coastal protection zone where you cannot build.
Yeah.
And in Estonia
We have it in Norway, 100 meter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then actually in Lahemaa and in Estonia, but in Lahemaa specifically, you can build only in the function of boathouse.
Yes.
And when the function changes, there is no way that the function can change of the boathouses. So in that case, we strictly have the function use, except this one. This one was part of the factory buildings. So this construction is old construction, and it is so because it is like Viinistu, there is a different coastal zone. Question. As traditionally these houses have been, when storm took away, they built again, So how time consuming? I know that it is absolutely time consuming to document the building and then rebuild it, and there must be some public use because property owners don't do that because it is costs like sky high. How much other possibilities of restoration, conservation, reconstructions you propose in the report, or do you do so that there can be the inner construction or simply maintenance or simply putting some supportive what it is called, this paneling, or some other possibilities, or is it do you deal with that in your report?
No, we won't be looking at those specifics, but because what we want to kind of do is to give guidelines to how to answer these kind of applications, to have
value-based research, they are valuable, and the values are that kind of no restoration recommendations.
Yes, when we do that in the phase 2, we want to do that to show that it can be done, and then it will be also recommendations that how it can be done. But as I said, we're working on that application and that project description right now. So what we have right now is an idea of what we want, and then
because exactly that will be help for local communities and municipalities. That besides describing the values, that what should be kept and how should be dealt with these recommendations of the building.
Yes, and that's why we as a municipality wanted this report, because we want to find out how can we rebuild it and how to do it, and the cost of it. Yes, And we have to say that this is not a random building. It's in an area. You said it a little bit, but it's an historical area of a municipality. So it has a value.
And then we have another trick that as the Soviet military buildings were on the coastline where normally couldn't build, it is exactly what keeps them there, because it is this building possibility there.
Yes.
So and probably in your case, when you say that when you demolish you don't have anything, you only can keep that, then it is like a mechanism that helps to maintain them.
Yes.
But you have a very fresh example here in Sofia. Once again, a new summer house instead of the Soviet military structure. Please.
You mean that the grey one?
No,
They are from
the black one.
2007, 2008 licenses were there. It was considered that they are
It
old
was
forested.
erected 2 years ago.
But when you have a detailed plan already approved, then it is like the right. But we had this case where we stopped that practice of that old farmsteads are considered as Soviet military constructions 2009 and onwards. But the old detailed plans that were already are already in practice, they have the right to build that way there.
And that's actually a big problem, because doing a new regulation, a new zoning plan usually costs a lot, and a lot of municipalities don't want to do that, because if there is already one in existence, and some of these places there are actually already given permission for buildings of cabins or rebuilding, and so they have to follow that.
When we made the new regulations of Lahemaa National Park, then these detailed plans that are where you have this permission to build are since 2004 onwards. So the older ones are no. But from 2004 onwards, you can still build under these regulations. Otherwise, it would have cost government too much, because then you must just buy the market price out of the building. But you have already once given a permission.
But we have zoning plans around the coast south of Norway, which are like with Lyngør, for example, from 1984. In Lyngør was voted European Austria best preserved wooden village, in the 90s something. But there are zoning plans from 1984. So.
But now in Estonia we have this legal system that all general plans of the communities must be renewed. There we can be like when it is states in then we don't have this old layer of mistakes anymore there. So, Okay.
But getting back forward, I'm going to call for the next presentation from Norway. Again, moving from south, not north, but northern, northward. And please, Arnstein, the screen is the floor. All yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for having me here. I'm going to talk about old wooden vernacular architecture of North Norway, of the region I come from. I chose to call it Wisdom in Wood because in how we used wood and have used it, organized ourselves throughout history, there are layers of knowledge. And the question is, can this knowledge have an impact on our future when it comes to how we're dealing with the climate? So that's the background for this talk. I hope that we can have some views on that. This building we will look more carefully into a little bit later. It's a building from close to my home village. As you see, it's winter, so it's in the Arctic. That's not really so, but anymore. But yeah, I will show you where we are. As you see, we have Central Norway here, and this is the region around here. And Estonia is here. So this is the region, this long thing here, which is called Nordland, the land to the north. It's some distances here. From my home village to Tallinn, it's exactly 1,000 kilometers if you go by road and by ferryboat from Sweden and Helsinki. From my village there are around 1,000 kilometers to Bergen, to the old Hansa town of Bergen. There is 1,000 kilometers or a little more to the Russian border. In these distances, the culture of fish farmers have been from after Viking time, to say it easily. I will dig a little bit more into that. I'm going to talk about the landscape and structure, most about buildings, a little bit about crafts. On the background, why I'm standing here and talking about this is that this my home village, which is home region, which is here around Bodø, in the center of Nordland. It's I have been working with the vernacular architecture and doing research on that, both conservation, restoration, and research. For the last 18 years, we have used dendrochronology to establish more knowledge. We have in this region. It was not done so much conservation, not so much research before, and we have been stumbling around looking for protecting our buildings, and we had a feeling that they could have some value, and after working a long time we have deepened this value and expanded these values of knowledge, and hopefully it can give something to others. We have seen from the start, since little research was done, we have focused on the source value of the buildings, especially all layers, all changes in the building. So we have done more protection, conservation, I'd say, than restoration, just to keep this knowledge. And we saw from the start that there were a lot of things we did not understand. So now we know a little bit more, but not so very much yet, I guess. This culture, the fish farmers, that was after the downfall of the Vikings throughout Middle Ages, and especially the last 500 years, 500-600 years, up to the 20th century. The dominating culture and the business in our region was the fish farmers. It meant that the men were away for seasonal fisheries half of the year. 4 times they left. Mainly they went to Lofoten islands in the winter fishery. Half of the men from my village then went not home, but they went to Finnmark, and then very north. They sailed 1,000 kilometers north to fish more, and they came home to help their women with the farming in the spring. It was a concrete expression from a neighbor of mine born in 1887. Then he came home to help the women, he said. So it was not the men who were the farmers here. This culture is so, because of the conditions that nature has given. It's a rich region in many ways, but the climate have made people be very clever, as people all over the world are. But maybe it's seen. You can see the extremes in the further north you come, because of the climate. That people have to take care of their resources in a very strict way somehow. And that defines the culture. I can say that one lady was 91 years old who taught me some, what I felt was the one who perhaps told me who learned me to understand this old culture that I come from myself even, but she had this old saying about a building we wanted to protect, and it was the first year I was working in my home village, and she was not happy about that. We're going to take care of that old building, and she asked me why, and I tried to explain, and she did not listen, and then she just looked out of the window in her kitchen. We were sitting there, and she said, "No, it has served its time." And then I understood that the building has, of course, a defined purpose, and when that purpose is gone, you are not to demolish the building, but you're taking it down and you're rebuilding it as a part of other buildings, or using the materials. And this is which we know about how things are to be done. It's interesting knowledge from the past. And if you look at old pictures, like from when they started to make pictures, like end of 19th century, you don't see any building standing there without use. They are in use, and they have done not in use. It's not only a possibility, but it's an obligation to take it down and reuse it in another way. So what we have documented is that buildings have been used and reused up to 5, even up to 7 times. That's quite normal, really. Depends, of course, on the construction, and we are talking about log buildings mostly here. I will look a little more into it. This is just to mostly talk about log buildings. These are logs from my home village. One is the archaeological find from around 1100. The other one is from 1587, we have dated. The interesting thing is that there's a continuity. I don't have time to dig into that now. But what we have done is that mostly in a region around Bodø and some rest of Nordland, we have dated now around 110 buildings. And the oldest part of a building we have is from 1496. I must mention that before we started this, no one believed that there could be old buildings in the Arctic in the north. Because as you know, there are a lot of old wooden buildings in the south, east of Norway. But no one believed that there hasn't been done any research at all. And the buildings looked a little different. The size of the logs and so on looked different from in the south. But we have just built that up ourselves, and we have established a database. And what we have done is that we have looked at all the building faces. Normally people only look for the oldest, the start of the building, but we looked at all the faces of the building to understand how they have been changed, and all the technical details, but like fireplaces, because the food culture is of course important to know about. It's all the details you can read from a building. So we have tried to look into, and through this we managed to find, we're the only region in north of Norway, or north of Trondheim, that have 500-year-old buildings. There can be other places in the north too, but it's not done any research yet, but we will see if that can be done. This is just an example how, well, there's something missing in this. I see there's some technicalities. No. The back, so? No.
Force?
What? Something happened there, but yeah. Okay, no, not sure. There it is, yes. This we have been taken from our database. This is just the test level, how this building from early 16th century or around 1500 have developed, and the different methods that they have. So we have documented that. An interesting thing, just a small remark, there was this period in from around 1650 and up to 1720 that there was very cold, very few children were born, there was a lot of problems with crops, and it's all because of our friends on Iceland made this volcano. send out some, make troubles for us. So it was a lot of frost, and then a few buildings were built. But you also see that after when it started again, we had the new technology and new methods occurred, and the rise of a number of buildings too. So that's just a small sign of the kind of knowledge you can get from this. And it's so that this is of course a kind of, as dendrochronology in itself is a fingerprint of climate. Because when it grows slowly 1 year, you can see it from the yearlings. When it's the volcano making troubles, you can see it as a stop in the growth. And we have taken so many samples in our small region, not very small region, but in one region that we have now. We are not doing the climate research ourselves, but we are lucky to have contributed to the climate research. It's shown better knowledge about how climate have developed. So it can give many a lot of interesting knowledge from this. Let me see now. A little trouble with the technology, but so it is. What gives a long life in from if long life is a purpose and a good thing. From I'm searching it. Magic. The law now responsible always making. I mean, it might be a picture before. No.
Force and back.
Sorry. Okay. What gives us a long life for this building? How can they survive in a harsh climate? Is it duration of timber in itself? Is it the quality of the timber? Of course it has a meaning. I can give the answer on that right away, but it's not enough at all. It's about the skills of the craftsmen, the building methods, about plan and orientation. I will show you some examples on that. It's about the culture. And with the culture I mean use and reuse and repurposing. How are you relating to this, and how do you think about the future, and how do you organize your resources, like the fish farmers actually did. And might be the climate in itself has a good effect on conservation in the north, you know. So, but that can be discussed. Is it up or down or to the side?
First, force and back.
Yes, okay. This was the building we started with. This is an example of over many old buildings. This is built in 1629, and in this building there is one log that is the most slow-grown that our laboratory ever have seen. It's a pine tree that grew only 16 centimeters in 456 years. So it's the extreme example. It's so extreme you cannot always measure it, or almost not measure it from the samples. So it's this log here, and it stays in open climate, and I think it will be there. If it don't burn, it will be there 400 years more, I think so, without problems. Let us lift you can focus on the timber, you can focus on the skills of the craftsmen and so on, but it's not enough. What is in this culture is that they lived in villages, village structures. Most of them were reconstructed, like from 1870, 1880, used to change of agricultural methods and so on. But this is the old style of coastal Norwegian, not only coastal, but from the south to far north in Norway. And people lived in close villages. And my observation and from the tradition is that it's not only that the question is, why did they live so close? And my thesis about it is that they are organized. So one main organism is that the wind, the predominant wind, you always have wind from 2 different sides. Like in this farm, close to my home village, this village I mean, the predominant wind is from the southeast, and that makes the houses very cold, and it also it gives a lot of more maintenance, practically speaking, if you put the houses the other way around. And in modern building, we do of course put them not this way. This is how you can make both protect the building and you can reduce your use of energy. So this is very systematic, after my opinion. It has not been focused like this before, but the tradition here are very clear. Like you see in this farm here, it's this house here, the same house. And the guy who lives there, he said that when the snow falls down one day, and 2 days after, the wind comes from southeast and takes the snow out of this yard. So it functions very well, really. You don't have to take away the snow from that yard. And this is a cold place with a lot of snow. So it's actually quite fascinating how and this is not made by engineers or architects or public decisions. These are, they didn't exist then. You know, these are, throughout history, people have organized there. And they're buildings and villages like that, and it's due to experience in a harsh climate. If you look at these houses as such, you can see that the houses are built in a row, and they are built so they put the short wall against the wind and they twist it a little, so that, as following to the oldest people in my home region said, that the wind should break at the corner. And that gives the perfect small turbulence along the side, so the wind even moves the snow away from the long walls. You don't have to take it away. The wind takes it away. And there's a lot of... the doors always were turned in, and the building, and this has something to do with the fireplaces, and there's a lot of technical advantages in this. This building is, by the way, built in 1589, and it's a part of the Directorate of Cultural Heritage in Norway has this project for at least 35 years from when it started 6 years ago, I think it is, where they are monitoring how the climate change and how it affects this building. So in this small building there are instruments that follow the growth of fungus, mushroom, and other things that affects the buildings. The good thing is that this is, when it's organized like this small buildings do, like the storage house here, which is from 1589. If it's organized like that, and you put this, this is done from tradition too, that you put this with the panel to go towards the west, weather from the west, and it's so it's almost no damage come to that building. In Norway, there's some last 30 years. There's been a lot of focus on traditions in buildings, but it's been almost too much focus on it, because from the carpenter side, there's a lot of focus that you should only use the core of the pine tree. If you look at the short walls here, it's not the core, the pine tree, that is the strongest. It's actually this is pine tree, and actually the outside, because when you saw, it's too difficult to explain, but you saw a timber log, and the outside that is full of tensions, that has aesthetically looked like it's a the second choice from or third choice from a log when you saw it cut it through. It's actually the first choice, and they put it on the weathered walls. And this is the very, very strong. It's stronger than the core of the pine. So we can talk more about it later, and you can even put the panels like this, like the zoo, like in the boat. It means that the wind flows through it, passes through it. You can even have the modern way, you put in the weather walls, you put the steel, you know, there's so much of it. But that you can see from both in West Sweden, and you see it in Iceland, and you see it in Norway. And it's just following the tradition. They even use the red paint, which you'll see here. No, not there. The red, yeah, there, sorry, it was there, I was confused. Here we are making fish liver oil paint. And that's a very strong paint, small molecules that go into the wood. And the tradition home said that the red paint is the strongest. And of course it consists of more good things from nature, some more chemicals. But the tran molecule in itself is actually a part of the protection. So it's a very good paint. It's not so easy to put other paint outside, but you often only painted these houses once. And then it was filled with fish liver oil, and it's very good. We also have buildings made from birch. This is from Sami culture. It's even here up in the mountain. I should say that mountains by us, everything in Nordland, if you are from the Sami culture or from fish farmers, the fish farmers could also be many Samis. Everything is organically connected to the coast. So if you live 20 kilometers from the coast, doesn't mean that you don't have. It's also a cultural culture, after my opinion. But this who stands up in the mountains is also painted by fish liver oil. You can see here. This was it's very strong and very airy. It's used to keep the hay during the winter. It's very airy and very good thing. And there are techniques how to make the birch as materials last longer. For instance, if you just a small detail, but if you take off the bark when you cut it in the summertime and take off the bark, you get a hard surface. The material gets a hard surface, and it's more difficult for insects to attack. If it's so, there's a lot of tradition about these things. Let's see what happens now. Yes, from the Sami culture, we also have just to mention that we don't forget the Sami culture. It's a lot of my work to do. We have reconstructed the Sami kota. I know the Estonian. This is a kota in Swedish and Norwegian, and it's in Estonian, Finno-Ugrian language. It's kota. I learned so. But it's interesting to work with these buildings and methods to gain knowledge from them. Let me see now. Where are these? There, yes. Okay. Yes. These are hay sheds, by the way. You cut the grass in summertime, and you take it home in the winter when you have better time to take it away to the farm. What kind of knowledge can be gained from this kind of research and observations? I think it's a complex causes by. There's a lot of reasons why buildings have survived for 500 years in this climate. It's not only one reason. It's not only the quality of the timber. It's not only the quality of the work, the carpenters. I'm more I think, because we see also some buildings from the 16th century have not so high quality in the timber. It's more about how you organize this, how you build the architecture itself, how you organize them with putting these buildings with the short side against the wind, predominant wind, how you put small buildings between bigger buildings, how you maintain, of course, and how you manage to use and reuse and repurpose buildings for new purposes, that you don't throw it away, don't demolish them. And actually, they have served. Some of these buildings I think we have 24 buildings from 16th century around this fjord. It is, in practical speaking, and they have served its time very well. but I think they can. The question, can they serve a new time? I don't have the perfect answers on that, but I remember when I started to work with this in the 90s, and there was this guy who told me this, and it was actually my uncle who taught me this, that his father and my grandfather have said that they put the houses with their short side against the window. Then I started to just drive around and look for it, and it's everywhere, you know. So a lot of times I've driven out of the road just looking for old houses, you know, there, because it's all around. But then one night I remember my because I studied engineering, and I studied building engineering and as a structural engineer. Then I looked at the standard for planning buildings, and the answer was there, of course, but no one practiced it, because if you put a building with a short side against the wind and turn it a little, you reduce not only reduce the maintenance, but you reduce the loss of energy quite much, and you can actually use less materials to let it, because if you put it on the other angle, you must build it stronger. So I think there's a lot to learn from that. I don't have the answer for that, but I think it could be interesting to dig more into it and look for other people's experience. So, yeah, just some thoughts about that. Thank you.
Some questions, comments?
You see, so there must be some answer, because when you do dendrochronological analysis and when it is older than 17th century, you will be automatically listed. So maybe in South Norway some buildings can be protected because of that too, you know. So yeah. It turns out that vernacular architecture has the same very deep layer of history. That's cool, actually. Yeah.
It's interesting to hear that the farmers went away for half of the year. What months was it?
From 20th of January to 20th of April, they were in Lofoten. Then a lot of them went further on, and they came home like end of May. And then they were home for 3 weeks, and they went again to fish, and then they went to fish the fish they needed for food, because the winter fishery was only for selling fish. And then they didn't eat the fish they got in Lofoten. They didn't eat themselves, because you don't eat the money. You don't eat your money now, so you use it for trade, for goods and so on. So the fish they had, like from my region, these different regions. But from my region, it was away in the summertime before they came, like a month, to have this fish that they salted, and then they were home to cut the grass, and then in the autumn they were again away to fish herring, and then they could do some were home, of course, but so there was a cyclist on this, and so they were very distinct. What were the responsibility of the women, what were for the men, you know, and some things they had together, but it was very divided somehow and very organized. Yeah, and they were always doing things together with others, because it's not efficient to do it alone, you know. And that's one of the reasons why you conserve all the fish, because it's not people never ate fresh fish, you know, almost never ate fresh fish. It's not efficient. So sorry, that was a small digression. But yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Since the theme is coastal communities and so on, I would very much like to know: is this particular to the coastal community and the area, or is there a difference with other parts of Norway, further inland, for instance, or this is more general?
This is more general, I would say. But if you go to like the area around Trondheim in the middle of Norway, and you have these huge wooden buildings, they're quite big farms, and they have these huge wooden buildings. You will see that, and there are this atrium farmyards, and they're inspired by Paris architecture, you know, through Trondheim. It was quite big in the 18th century. But if you look then at their main buildings where they live, they almost always are with they are the short gables against the wind. So I think it's very systematic. It's not so systematic in the inland around Oslo, but if you go to the coastline where our two friends are working, and all the way to the coastline, but also in the mountain where I myself come from, it's you can suddenly see that the buildings are in a small, quite undefined angle.
So it's really the same all up to the mountains in northern in northern Norway.
Yeah.
It's not sort of a particular thing to the coastline and the coastal
absolutely.
economy.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you find it in South Sweden if you look, So it's So it's but it's about it's of course very practical, how you and all the experience that are. It's also connected how you can make the fireplace work in this so-called primitive fireplaces when you don't have a chimney. But even when the chimney occurs in the 18th century by us, then they put the chimney not in the middle of the roof, but a little to the side. And then when you open the door at the other end, you get air, stream of air through the house. So it's quite advanced, really. What's called in English is called the pressure over the building's envelope. There's a connection between the pressure outside and the pressure inside, somehow. Yeah.
Bent and you.
Yeah, just to add to the question of Nils and to what Arnstein has said, that when I was a student, we studied in the inland of Norway to see the same phenomenon there, and then it was based also on the book of Arne Berg, Norske Gårdstuen. This shows is a documentation of traditional farms in the inland, also in the southern Norway and not just northern Norway, with the same example that you see that traditional knowledge. The way you deal with the wind, with the snow, with the heat, with the wet, is the same. And in western Norway around Bergen, you don't have the paneling, but you have brake, einer. So you cover it and change it on the windy side, change the covering of the logs on the windy side every 30 years. And on the coast you have different variation of the same challenges, because you have to protect yourself against the wet or the rain or the snow and the winds and of course heat and cold. So it's kind of the same way of local solutions. Some have used stone to protect it against the winds and the heat, and use stone walls to keep up some of the heat that is generated by the fires. So it's more or less the same based on the size of the log, the wind, and the other climate changes challenges. So I think that this is a kind of knowledge that I learned a little bit about as a student, and then we use kind of models for bigger buildings to try to see how we could deal with the climate. But we really do that actually nowadays. So this is a knowledge created by that as you talk about the water, traditional knowledge, we learn about it on the objects, but we need really to recover that knowledge we had about the landscape, the cultural landscape, and that I hope that we will be more clever to do how to deal with that in the future.
So wind, water. My question was really a little bit, since we're talking about water and coastline and so. Are there differences somehow, especially in the coastal zone, or is it sort of general for the whole of Norway? And obviously it seems to be a general thing, and for all of us, I suppose, adapting to climate, to winds, to the landscape and so on.
And the local solutions and the local access to materials.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you. I think that's the answer.
So for me, it's very clear that there are differences, but overall, it's like this through history. Yes, it is. So,
Rita.
I would say it's kind of really interesting. I mean, it's almost like worthy a conference of its own. It's that we actually don't take experience with the
the old buildings, where they were placed, how they were placed in the landscape, with us further on now into newer buildings. I mean, so many times I've seen, because I've been interested in the climate changes and especially the effects of flooding and tidal surges and so. And I go, I travel around. I've been like a catastrophe tourist, I mean, if it happened and I was around, I've gone out to take photographs and so often you see, buildings from before 1900 still standing where they were standing. They have been put in a place where they have been protected from flooding. They've been protected from stones coming down from the mountains. Then someone has built a new building which has a fantastic view. It's kind of like what's overmoed in English? Is it hubris?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like we build new buildings and we have new materials, so we can do anything and we can place them anywhere. And you don't really realize that. Yes, older houses were maybe lower. They may be placed in a way where the view wasn't as beautiful as your house on the top of a mountain, but they were placed there for a reason.
Could I add one? It was just thing. There are so many stories in this, but there was one. I was so worked with this. I was running around in the 90s, and I got so eager I couldn't almost sleep. I was discovering this, but then there was this. I went to this some time later. I went to this guy just 5 kilometers from my home. So he was this man born in 1917, and he was a quite strict guy and very, very, nice to talk to, very full of knowledge and so on, but he could be a little harsh in his comment. And then he had built a new house in 1955, and he's a carpenter and farmer. Then I said to him, just as a small comment, I see you have built your house with a short side towards the wind. And he said, no, I have not. He said, oh. Then I waited half an hour and I came back to the issue. I thought, have I understood it wrong? Then I mentioned it again. And then he said, no, nothing to do with wind. It was the snow. But he actually confirmed what I was thinking. And then he did like this with his hands, because he put it, so the short side, and it turned it a little. And if you go to look there in the winter, I didn't have a picture of that house today. The snow always go away from the walls. So so he was thinking, but in 1955 he was coming so far that he had this windbreaker, under his asbestos plate, to wall. So then the cold from the wind didn't matter so much, but the snow was of course a crucial importance for him. So he confirmed everything that way. So I was so lucky, So I said, I just put my hand forward and said, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
If I may
Yes,
end that with this last comment, this morning session is actually exactly these cases show, and I have been involved in climate change and all these protection measures issues as well. And what I have observed mostly is that we try to somehow to block ourselves from weather, or from water, from wind, but traditional knowledge and cultural landscape knowledge is like surfing with the wind and letting the water through, and it is okay, and it's like dancing with the weather, not blocking itself from outside world. So, and it is even in the case of our nowadays solutions with all this massive concrete, traditional villages next to, or small towns next to Danube, just you have the flood period, you didn't put your valuables in the cellars, they were on the upper floors and so on, and now you are having concrete, massive, and when something happens there, it turns out that in the museums they still keep the valuables in the cellars. So it is very great that we are talking about this.
Such a beautiful picture. So I felt now that we can serve along with the traditional knowledge pressing in the back.
To the lunch.
I hope that my presentation will give a little bit description about what we do at the museum, and also a little bit the trends when it comes to the cultural heritage, and especially the maritime heritage. And I was introduced that I'm trying to sort of coordinate and build up the research in Estonia. But myself, I'm a researcher also at Oslo University, and I've been basically I'm working a lot with the Swedish settlement around the Baltic Sea, especially on the northwest coast of Estonia, as well as the indigenous populations in Arctic, in Abisko, and also in Greenland and in Canada. So a little bit of background, I'm totally not out of blue. Okay, but today the topic, when I was choosing the topic, I was trying to think about your network, your discussions, and maybe a little bit to also to discuss the things like how to maybe more initiate the collaboration and what needs to be done and how we could do it and what's the reasons why it has been actually a little bit interactive when it comes to the coastal communities and the heritage. And as I joined the museum 2 years ago, and then we started to sort of build up this sort of academic base about the maritime history. And maybe I can a little bit, as I was trying to think about the terms natural and cultural values of the coast. And as we know, then the heritage can be presented and can be sort of managed very well if we have the knowledge. Yeah. So that maybe that what I'm trying to in this presentation to a little bit discuss about the knowledge production, and especially between the different stakeholders and also like how it's done by our museum at the moment. So that basically the red line could be also that the museum is not only, that we don't only collect, it's not about collections, we have to also do the research about the collections and about sort of people who are living by the coast or who are connected to the sea. And so that will be sort of the main, and then I will try to give 2 examples, 2 case studies about the same area, but 2 different case studies how the museum has been studying. Just for the context, in Estonia, we love museums, I think. It's 250 museums in Estonia, 3 bigger ones, and the Maritime Museum is the only one in Estonia, actually. But of course, we have small museums who are dealing with the maritime culture history, but they are not like maritime museums, so that we collaborate a lot with them. And maybe some words I can say about the sort of what I've noticed when we try to build up our exhibitions, when we try to do the excursions, or also the sort of how to compile our collections. I mean, what do we collect, how we collect, and so on. And also, of course, the big part of our museum mission is also the school programs and also the exercises. And later, when I will show our activities, I will also introduce the next conference, which is going to be 10th and 11th of November here in Tallinn, in Fat Margaret and in Seaven Harbour. It's going to actually to be about how to build up an underwater archaeology permanent exhibition. And this conference is actually a collaboration with Museum of Wrecks in Stockholm and also the Sjöhistoriska. Because we tried to sort of, because they just opened the museum beside the Vasa, so that we tried to sort of learn from them and also about the Baltic Sea. Okay, and a little bit about these 2 years, as long as I've been here. I'm trying to sort of little bit to sort of maybe build up the sort of the knowledge and the themes, and also the background is also it's not only the interruption by the Soviet occupation on the coastal areas when it comes to the access to the coast, and also when it comes to the documents or archives or sort of research material about it, but also about the people. We have the problem, for example, our researchers are very young at the moment. They started to work in the museum 2012, mostly. We have 6 researchers. And we don't have sort of, because we have this generational shift when it comes to maritime history. Because we had very good scientists, maybe like 1940 and so on, but then we got this interruption, academic-wise. And that's a little bit why we try now to build up this international collaboration, because we have to fill the gaps of the generational knowledge about the sort of heritage and the sort of maritime history. And so we build up main themes in the museum, and the first theme is about the history of sailing in Estonia, up the 17th century up to the 20th centuries. And then, of course, we try to look also the 19th century maritime exploration and diplomacy, because we have a lot of Baltic German explorers like Grunstein, Bellingshausen and so on, who are from Estonia, and they went to these Arctic and Antarctic expeditions. And of course, I could say that the main focus we rely on at the moment is also this merchant shipping in the 19th century, and of course during the first half of the 20th century. And here we try to look even not only the sailing boats, but a lot of things about steamers, the shipping lines, the shipbuilding, and of course mobility, because mobility is very much also today's context. We need a lot of knowledge about the stuff, historical background to stuff build up this mobility issues today's current world. And of course, in the 1st and 2nd of June, just this year, we created a new conference about the naval warfare. The conference, unfortunately, as we know all the events, that because we were looking into the war period, and the topics were very, very sensitive, so that a lot of people couldn't join, but at least we managed 2 days presentations. And basically what we looked at is about this Estonian Navy and the general development of the world warfare in the 19th and 20th centuries. And then some extra thing what we have in the museum is about the polar issues, because Estonian Maritime Museum has also Polar Club. And it has a very old traditions already when the researchers have been working with, especially with Svalbard, with Arctic areas, and of course with Antarctic, and of course this, at the moment as myself also working with the Arctic, so it's easy to keep the network. So that's the main themes, and sort of with this very young generation, and also that maybe then I think the next slide. Excuse me. It's the main thing what we try to also beside these themes is the maritime archaeology, because maritime archaeology is basically the foundation for the research in Maritime Museum in Estonia, because there was Captain Vellames who 1978 already started to do the first fieldworks, going to with sonar and also diving to the wrecks. And so this is the base also, and the maritime archaeology is at the moment our biggest unit. There is almost 5 people working, and we had some experts from US, Southampton and Helsinki, joining with us also for a while. And here is I think when it comes to today's workshop and today's conference here, that because we have to say that what we try to build up there is that maritime archaeology is not only treasure hunting, but it's also following the UNESCO rules, that we observe the wrecks, we get the knowledge, and we sort of do the research a little bit in a different way in this sense. So that, and also here in this maritime archaeology, we have our own research vessel. If you visited the Seablin Harbour, most probably you saw the old one, which was already taken out from the water. It was called Mare, and it was on this on the ship's areas, but now we got the new one last year. And it has pretty good equipment, the sonar and everything is connected, so that we have been starting really doing the shallow water wrecks, and as well as a little bit deeper, like 30 meters, that I'm going to show one example later. And also with this group, what we try to do is we try to sort of we already created, actually, it's coming now the 3rd conference, that we do a conference about maritime archaeology and the issues every year. The first one was about digital archaeology, because we have this excellent find in this Fat Margaret's Cork. It was about how to build up the 3D model about the historical wrecks and what we should take into the account. And so that was really good, even it was Corona, but we got already 75 people in the network in the first. So that it's a lot of interest for this, that's kind of methodologies. It was a very methodological. And the second one, the conference last year, what we did in maritime archaeology, was about how to combine storm database with the database of the wrecks. For example, if we go out, like this summer, we could prepare the fieldworks that we a little bit know about the story, the conditions, and we a little bit can describe what happened with the ship when it was sinking. So that's been sort of also that the separate conference unit has been there. And of course, what we also have been trying to do is to take the internship, take the students, because there is not so many, maybe we get one. And from this year, we start at Tartu University our elective course in maritime archaeology. We just got yes to the curriculum, so that we try to sort of start to maybe get the next generations a little bit more interest also. And of course, when you visited the Seablin Harbour, you could see there was one wreck. It was called Maasilin. And it's kind of lonely there, and maybe needs a little bit more visual things, but also by 2024, we now just made a concept about new permanent exhibition board about the maritime archaeology. So it's going to be in Seaburn Harbour. So you're very welcome in the next conference when you come to Estonia to see the new permanent exhibition. Awesome. Yeah. And yes, that's the themes. And I think that's why I'm very thankful that Ave included me here, because I thought just maybe a little bit to, even maybe to discuss and to get a little bit like insights, because the current realities of Estonian maritime history studies are not maybe, I can't say they are bad, but maybe a little bit not so good. So that, because we don't have any university in Estonia, doesn't even when it's a history department, they don't have maritime history part. The same thing about maritime archaeology, that we have very strong archaeology department in several universities in Estonia, but we don't have maritime archaeology as a speciality as such. So that's our sort of what we try now to do in the research-wise. That 2 years ago, first thing I was trying to initiate was that we started a course about maritime history, which includes 4 modules, and it's running now. It's coming now 3rd year. So it's and then maritime archaeology now is also going to be the next one. So that we try to start to get students and maybe to a little bit build up the courses ourselves. And of course, the ambition is in 4 years or something to build up in Estonian Maritime Museum the academic institution, to get the evaluation that we will be in university level, that actually that we can apply the research grants, we can graduate people. So that's the ambitious plan. And of course it needs a lot of like international collaboration also. And what we have been also, maybe some of you know already, that we initiated a couple of years ago the best student paper in Estonia, just to map a little bit what's the situation, how much there is a work done, or the interest actually about the coastal livelihoods, the heritage, and the issues like connected to the sea. And I have to say that we got approximately 2 papers to the competitions on master level. But they were very interesting, because last year who won was actually about the Estonian wreck, the Estonian boat wreck, and that was a very strong prize went to them. And also the second one was, if you were in Fat Margaret and you saw these artifacts from the Coop, these leather shoes, that's reconstruction, that was also one work for us. So for us it was very good to include to our sort of student work, and I think that's pretty interesting to see. But we hope that we will start to get at least to the competition at least 5 papers per year. So that's the plan. And exactly, as I mentioned, also about this international collaboration, because of course it's this conference series that we try to build up, but also the project with the research grants, because this is definitely what we need. And in naval history we actually already got one, so that we're running one international grant. And of course, as everyone knows, in academia, in different institutions, publications, so that museum had is like a yearbook, but what we did, transformation, is that now it's a proceedings, it's pre-reviewed, and the first one is just on the way to come out. It's new perspectives in maritime archaeological research, and so we hope to continue with this proceedings also, that to be at least in an international arena. And I mean, I think it's kind of, as I mentioned, it's just the fact that we have had this sort of hole in the knowledge when it comes to the long Soviet period, and even it's been 30 years independence, we still need time to come to this kind of research areas. Definitely it takes time, like I think at least maybe 1 generation more. And also what I want to maybe mention is about the archives, that when we look, because we work a lot with the archive material also, that it's not only that we have archives in Riksarkivet in Stockholm, the National Archive, a lot of material about the coastal Swedes, for example, are in Stockholm, but also in Finland, in Denmark, and also in Russia, and also about naval history in Germany. So that's been also like to educate people who could actually read these documents and the topic. That's going to be a little bit take time. But the Maritime Museum has been taking this ambition that we want to contribute to this knowledge production. That's the aim. And and as I mentioned, that some conferences what we have been already doing also about the Arctic, about digital archaeology, about the popularization of maritime heritage through the museums, and of course about the navies, and also about the Great Escape, because this topic is a very, very wide topic, and the museum of course can't carry the whole thing, but we try to, at least when it fills 80 years, from 1944, the Great Escape, when 70,000 people went to Germany and 27,000 to Sweden and so on, that we try to arrange, at least when it comes to the boats, because in Sweden there was a very good doctoral thesis, Mirja Arnshav, who just defended about the boats what the refugees were using. It's a boat architecture and so on. Because in Uppsala, actually, in university, I'm running once in a month, I'm running a seminar about the Estonian Swedes and sometimes about the boat architecture and so on. And of course, maybe we can a little bit discuss later also that I just was representing Estonian Maritime Museum in Porto 1 month ago. It was International Maritime History Association, and I was trying to get this congress to Estonia next time, but Korea won, and they kind of said maybe the next time. But at least we tried to build up this network here, and then also that, of course, the International Congress of Maritime Museums is going to be now in Canada in this September, and our director is going to be part of this, so that we can a little bit discuss how to maybe collaborate, because it's not only about the academic research, but also like we need different stakeholder groups and sort of like, because museum is a very good medium to bring all this together. And of course, I think everyone knows this word co-production, because it's about sort of, especially this is case studies I'm going to talk about now. We can see how we engage the local community when we try to get the knowledge about the cultural heritage, about the coastal livelihoods, cultural histories and so on. And we have been running some workshops just to a little bit map whom we could get to the museum also. And it's been in coastal heritage, about sea mines and memory sites has been at the moment. And the last one was also in Germany now in June, where we had Danish Maritime Museum and the German Maritime Museum in the same panel in the table. Okay, and maybe now I go to the case studies. That was a short, I think it was maybe just a little bit to introduce what we do in the museum, what the museum tries to do. And now maybe 2 case studies I will illustrate the work, what is going on. So I was choosing because the time is kind of short, and you know about everything about Lahemaa, yeah? So I was choosing the Naissaare Island, which is 8 kilometers from Tallinn. It's like gate to Tallinn. Maybe someone knows it's been very important strategic point when it was Peter the Great fortress system was built up. And also it's an island which has been like inhabited, I think at least from the, we don't have any archaeological work, but at least from the 11th century, like I've seen them, because I've been writing about it myself also. So, and the island it's very complex when it comes to natural values, and it's very complex when it comes to cultural values. Because in a natural wise, most of the island is covered by the forest, and in cultural wise, it's been inhabited by the coastal Swedes, the Swedish population. And also like as the soils were very poor, so it's a tree village has been there, and mainly it's been the sea mark, and it has been like very much like sea captains, and because everything the fishing that has been the sort of main income for the local inhabitants, and as it's so strategic from already medieval times, when even Tallinn, I think 13th century, even Tallinn was using it as a wood storage and also just to the protection, that people have been, even if there has been population, it's been evacuated at least 3 times even before the 1944. So it's been kind of very complex settlement history and very complex natural conditions. And what do we do at the moment? Here is one illustration about, for example, if we look 1910, there is one southern village with very intensive life and very lively, and there was a church, there was a school, there was even if you have heard about maybe Bernhard Schmidt, who was the Schmidt telescope inventor. It's an Estonian German inventor. And in Uppsala, actually, at the moment we are writing a book about it also with Ångström. So it's a very specific people and very interesting. And if you look at the area 2001, it's basically nothing. And at the moment there is maybe 5 up to 7 people are living there yearly base. And this has been disappeared, but the book we did 2013, it's in Estonian and it's in Swedish. So it's about the nicer island. 5 minutes. What I want to say that one part was this sort of old cultural heritage, old cultural histories and so on. So that we've been finding a wreck very close to that, and I'm going to talk about just a minute. The second example is from the military, when it was 1912, when the Peeter the Great was building up this fortress system up to the Porkala. And today we are also running the project, the Maritime Museum. We are going to restore the railway, and we are going to restore the coastal batteries and obviously the casino. And I'm going to show this project also. But about the wreck, the wreck is here. Now it's called Nargenvra, and we've been now 2015. The NATO mines boat was discovering it. And why it's interesting and why we wanted to research it, because there were so many artifacts, the pottery, and very specific, even some medical tools, we think, and some chessboard, like buttons and things. So that it's been kind of in our interest many years. And what we did 2015 was the orthophoto, and that wasn't so precise. And it's 30 meters deep. And then we just got to know the dating, 16th century, from this pottery, but not from the wreck itself, not from the wood and so on. So this summer, we went back to this, we got all resources and the vessel and so on. We have been diving and we've been doing the sonar. That's the sonar picture, the red one, which shows that how tall the wreck is and how wide it is and so on, and also to estimate how the wreck has been preserved between this 2015 and at the moment, what has happened with the waves and all these things. And just here from this 3 weeks ago, some pictures from the wreck, some finds and so on. And what we could say is that it's kind of amazing that it's been really damaged between this 2015 and now, and we don't think that it's only the waves or the currents. It has to be something else, most probably biological or maybe some physical conditions of the wreck. And also we could take the dendrochronological sample. Now it's already taken, and we are waiting the answer for the age of the boat, and also the architecture and the building, and some building details. And what we do now is the cargo ship. This we know, but we don't know exactly what kind of cargo ship it was. But of course, when it comes to this nicer island general history, and as I said, most of the population was dealing with like a sea captain and the seafaring and so on, so that we actually we have some oral material also, like we could guess what were the storms and what people have been describing at this time on the coastal areas. So to put the picture together. And here is some examples from the pottery, what was found there. And here is the 3D model, that's the new one. And that's sort of like when the divers went and they were filming, they were now trying to do the 3D model of this wreck. And and they said like it's kind of even hard to understand, the pieces have been really like falling apart. But I think we can go forward from this after the dendrochronological answer and so on. This about this wreck, and what I want to say is like that if we have these stories and sort of like the island, sort of this population who is living on island, of course most of them are living now, descendants also in Sweden, because they had to escape. But and also there is also some people actually who descended stayed in Estonia, so that we get this oral information also. Now I will show this about this military project. The same island, but the century is beginning of the 20th century. And what the museum wants to do, we want to restore the military heritage. Yeah. And so we are going to restore the old railway, which was used for this this concrete buildings on island. And we already got the rights for to restore them, the railway. And what we want to do is, our aim is also to do it in a very green way, sort of very like strategic, like, because the island itself is a nature park and it's under the Natura 2000, so that we try to be as green as possible, but not more like innovative, but not like going utopic. So that the train is going to be, the project is called Narge Nord, and the train is going to be in electricity running. Like we try to also try a lot of new renewable solutions for them. And you will see and also it will regulate a little bit tourism on island, because the island is very, as I said, the nature systems are very vulnerable, and the houses like this Officer de Casino, this old military buildings that we try to now make it like a visitor center, and also to provide the information about the nature, about the history, and about of course the military history. So that's some pictures. And here is at the moment the situation is this like this, but we tried to renovate it in a way to get it new visitor center, and it should be ready 2026. So it's the plan. And and the second is the battery. That's the coastal battery. Yeah, that was the sort of defense system. And here is the situation, I think, in a historical way. To show some pictures and illustrations on the island, and of course that's the current situation. And there we could try to do the like exhibition, the permanent exhibition about because I think it's going to be in Estonia, the first one. We don't have such a detailed restoration of the coastal battery. That's how it's going to be. It's like a concrete building, and here is a lot of like ecological solutions we try to use, because of course this concrete it's different material, it's very historical, so we try to sort of like Seaplain Harbour was also restored. It's a very certain methods like how to restore the old concrete buildings, and this is how it should look. So that excursion next time we can take it to nicer beside the Momni. And yeah, okay. As my time is mostly running out, I will make very quick conclusions. Yeah, the last slide. Yeah. Yeah, because as I said, like I think mostly my presentation was maybe not presenting exact study, but more to describe that what we do and what should be. What we need to do. And I think like most probably what we need to do is a lot of like creating these opportunities for corporate production, and also to collaboration between different institutions, exactly having such kind of events where we have this international network, and of course to build up the academic research when it comes to the maritime history in Estonia. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Actually, you do have 3 minutes, so we do have some questions. So if anybody wants to ask something, so I'm very happy that you are here, because actually I was when I saw first time this course in the Tartu University curriculum, I was so that yes, we don't have that course or study before, but then there were five people who were interested. So absolutely magnificent field. We have such a coastline here, and exactly this camp, partly on the reason of Soviet occupation period. So much to study. So I really, I'm with you.
Yeah, and I have to thank also Sweden a lot, because my colleagues in Uppsala and Stockholm, they helped me a lot with these ideas of how to build up the research. This is really big help.
Yeah. And this doctorate study on Estonian boats in Sweden, because in Estonia we don't have them anymore. So that's it. But the floor is open for questions.
I have a small correction. In the meaning of the Russian naval fortress, the Finnish counterpart of Mysore isn't the peninsula of Porkala, but the island of Mägilooda. And what I saw your program to use that 10A battery, But treating of the concrete should be totally different way as treating of the seaplane hangars. You cannot do so.
Yeah, this is true, but it's very certain methods for the historical concrete. How to...
Yeah, at first you should to dry it.
Yeah.
It is the first problem. But you cannot do it so as you did in the seaplane hangar.
From Latvia, ICOMOS, two very great members of ICOMOS who have been part of our common dignity workshops and who have led themselves in University of Latvia workshops of the cooperation with communities, international workshops. Andris Schnee, professor of University of Latvia, archaeologist, former dean of Faculty of History and Philosophy, and so on and so forth. ICOMOS members of several scientific committees and working groups.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, that was too much for introduction, let's say so. Well, but anyway, that's indeed my great pleasure to be here. And well, actually, our presentation partly overlaps. My presentation partly overlaps with Jana's presentation, as will follow just after my speech. So, on point where I will try to conclude, she will start her presentation. And in the following, well, 25-30 minutes, I would like to first give you some overview what do we have and what we may understand as coastal heritage in Latvia, and afterwards to pay more closer attention to two case studies related to sea, to some local communities, also some maritime activities. Of course, this title of presentation is too huge, I know, I'm aware of that, yes, so sorry for that, but it sounds so good, so I decided to keep it anyway. Mostly I will look rather to these past sites that sometimes are already gone and are invisible, while about these living traditions and activities in communities concerning coastal heritage and even archaeological reinterpretation, we'll talk again. So let's start with some general definitions and general information. So I do hope that you know where Latvia is and how does it look like. But actually our coastline is quite a large one, a little bit less than 500 kilometers, and approximately half of that is coastline of Gulf of Riga. So that's not exactly the seawater and not exactly sea coastline. Of course, I'm not in this moment speaking about the inland waters because there will be very much what to say, and of course I will be not able to escape in following minutes also a lot of what to say about Daugava riverway and waterborne trade here throughout the centuries since prehistory till present day even. But I will rather focus indeed on this sea coastline. And if you are looking to definition, what is a coast and what is, let's say, coastal heritage, it's a little bit intriguing to find that there is quite a lot of points of view that stresses environmental aspects, like this one. That's indeed a very good one, I think so. Quite old one as well, more than 20 years, introductory text that is still suitable for as textbook for beginner students, but it indeed focuses on three very important aspects of coast, but these are natural forces, natural aspects: air, land, water. This one even does not include zoosphere, for example, and animals and insects and so on. Not speaking about such little animal as human, who also actually is a very important part of any kind of coast, especially when we are talking about the historical transformations of coasts. So I'm trying to just somehow present the importance and significance of coast and coastline and actually these waterways, especially in prehistory and medieval history for our territory. Because if you are looking, for example, in prehistory, then we have very clear indications of two important aspects. Firstly, we don't have pointer. Okay. Yeah, I will use this one. So we have very clear difference between present-day coastline that we see here and then coastline that existed in late Paleolithic period when the first people appeared in this region. So actually in the coast of the Baltic Sea we cannot expect to find any kind of Paleolithic sites, because currently it's impossible, because due to the land rise this area is not containing any evidence of this first early part. But in a period approximately 12,000 years ago, approximately 10,500 BC, when we what is dating of this probably the first artifact that is produced in territory of Latvia, ringly tied axe. So that was found very close to the Baltic Sea coastline. And of course, Näoga river way was also important, and some other rivers, but one of the main directions what was used for these earliest people to arrive in the region was actually the Baltic coast. And that we see also in the next period of Stone Age, Mesolithic sites, and you see that these findings of Mesolithic has quite high concentration around the Baltic Sea coast. Strange enough, but in the Neolithic period, we see indeed, let's say, fluctuation towards the inland areas and inland waters. Not so much around coastal, but most of the sites in the Neolithic period appears even in eastern Latvia, like Lubāns, for example, and so on. While in Mesolithic, we have quite important sites around the coastline. At this period also, we may, at least we assume, that it could be interpreted as some kind of religious symbols. A lot of depictions and even some kind of artifacts and art artifacts depicting sea animals, or rather sea birds, were produced during that period. So it was not only coastline was not only the living area, but also some kind of spiritual area. That was probably even related to the understanding of organization of universe, life and death, and so on. Well, but these are speculations, so we are not going too deep in that. Well, Bronze Age. Bronze Age, when we have very marvelous example of ship settings that are not typical for Eastern Baltic. Estonia lucky to have some of them. We are also lucky to have some of them. We are still discussing where these are remains of Scandinavian migrants to Baltic coast, or rather this is some kind of transfer of ideas, of understanding, some kind of building tradition transfer, and so on. These sites had been excavated several times, and this one has been even reconstructed 20 years ago after secondary excavations. Other ship settings are in not so good preservation, so it's quite hard to show them. Like some other artifacts, but especially the ship settings, also is clear indication of the contacts across the Baltic Sea, what probably started in late Bronze Age, approximately 7th century BC. That also some years ago, there was also some information desk, information board put at this site, and despite the fact that it's a lot of described as Bronze Age area, our fascination with Vikings also were reflected in this information board, because it states that this is site of Bronze Age Vikings. Therefore I very much like this photo actually. But there's one more very marvelous example of late Bronze Age evidence of Scandinavian Baltic connections, and this is Hord, that was found very close to the city of Ventspils, in western part of Latvia, seaport present day. During the autumn storms, more than 20 years ago, it was actually accidentally that hoard that consists of approximately 300 bronze items was found under one of the falling trees during the storm. And it appears that it is Scandinavian produced jewelry that was probably transported for secondary use or reuse in Eastern Baltic area. Why it appeared in this region, hard to say, but it looks more or less the same time period, approximately 7th century BC, what we usually date the stone ship sittings in a very close vicinity of this finding as well. This erosion processes that actually affects all coastline of the Baltic Sea are much important in inland waters, for example, in River Näoga, that is, let's say, quite aggressive waterway, and several hillforts, like including Dogmal Hillfort, that is one of the best archaeological sites, best research and best presented archaeological sites in Riga, had lost approximately 1/3 of its plateau due to the erosion of the sea. And like in the late Bronze Age, then especially in the later part of prehistory, in centuries that's partly correspondence with Viking Age, there's a lot of indications and also finds about long-distance trading activities. For example, the distribution of scales and weights. Not speaking about coins and cords from the 10th to 12th centuries shows that, well, Näoga River was indeed very influential area for international trade, but also close to the area of the Baltic Sea, we might find quite a lot of such items. And this importance of trade and importance of merchants actually was one of the main factors that lies behind beginning of the crusading period in the Baltic and also foundation of Riga in very early of 13th century. Of course, well, this is picture from, as you see, from the late 19th century, so that's quite a romantic vision of the interactions between German Hanseatic neighbors, merchants and local natives who are offering some fish and some beeswax and things like that for exchange of trade. But nevertheless, that's actually indeed merchant interest that was very part of the aims and reason for both the Baltic crusades in the 13th century, and maybe therefore also a city of Riga flourished very much as a Hanseatic city during the 14th, 15th century. This is a layout of and city plan of Riga from approximately how it could look, reconstruction of city plan from approximately 1400, done already in the early 20th century by Wilhelm Neumann, Baltic-German researcher and founder of the art history studies in Latvia. And that also reflects this city as quite prosperous, quite large one, the largest in the Baltic Sea region actually, in the later part of Middle Ages. And the prosperity of Riga city was based on trade, on seaborne trade. But at the same time, Riga did not possess any kind of ships. Riga acted as actually some kind of mediators between Hanseatic merchants coming also from Gotland, from southern Sweden, probably even from Bergen, who knows, but mostly from Lübeck, from Hamburg, from Bremen. That was the main, also Danzig, present-day Gdańsk, that were the most important trading partners. And from the other side, of course, there's this vast Russian market, like Novgorod, also territories of later Commonwealths of Polish-Lithuanian lands, at that time Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and so on. So there are a lot of exchange activities taking place in Riga at that period, in this later part of Middle Ages. Therefore it's not surprise that there is not so many information about ships in Riga, and probably the only wreck that is presently displayed and is indeed related to the medieval and early modern period, has been found already in 1939, shortly before the Second World War, during archaeological excavations in the old town. There's the original in situ location of this wreck. Presently, most of the remains, not all, but most of these remains are on display in Museum of History of Riga and Navigation. That is, let's say, largest museum that relates to maritime history, but that also focuses quite, let's say, quite explicitly on ship models and trading fleet in the especially 20th century. Not like, for example, naval history and sea battle issues are discussed in Latvian War Museum at the same time. Local sea traditions and fishing traditions are usually researched and displayed by several local museums. So we have never been able to manage to arrange some Latvian Sea Museum, for example. There have been several ideas, for example, a museum in Liepāja, but it was a long time ago and it has never been realized. So currently these studies in maritime field are very let's say, weak even, and if you may say that in Estonia they are underdeveloped, well, here it's not developed at all. So it's indeed field for future. But,
not born yet.
yeah, that's indeed field to future, because in our history faculty, I even don't remember when we had some thesis about maritime history, actually. Not to speak about maritime archaeology as such. So that's indeed a little bit empty field, black spot in our academic curricula and research studies, research fields as well, actually. Yeah, but that's a quite good one, Rick, let's say so. And it had been discussed quite long what would be dating of this of the ship, and earlier it was considered as 14th century ship, then even some 12th century. A little bit too early. There could not appear some Hanseatic ship before town of Riga was established, actually. So usually it looks like the first half of the 13th century, because it's typical German, northern German koge, built in clinker type and so on. When it goes to some other questions of wrecks, then time by time there are some parts of ships that are stranded to the coast, especially in the last year there were at least 2 or even 3 wrecks that were stranded close to Riga, because that was quite stormy weather as well. So you can see from the news agency some information. They were excavated, and some of them are currently on hold in Daugava River Fortress, and okay, we are thinking what to do with them. Some are in Jūrmala City Museum, that has also very deep interest in maritime, but rather, let's say, Gulf of Riga sea history, but not in so much general. And these are quite challenging issues because, well, probably we are not even ready and able to deal with larger conservation or restoration works of such findings, and most probably some of them also had disappeared as well. We are quite aware that there are several military ships, naval ships that have sunk during the First and the Second World War, especially close to the coast of Kurzeme and the Baltic Sea, and some are even listed as protected monuments. But that's probably is only a limited amount of them. But when you're looking back, let's go back from this sad situation about how to deal with archaeological findings to the history. And well, besides Riga, there are of course some other medieval and early modern towns, and very interesting part of history of city of Ventspils, or Window, German Window, on the coast of the Baltic Sea, is how, and actually it became cleared only after quite long-lasting archaeological excavations in the medieval and modern period parts of history, that this well, town, not city, that was town, and it was established in the 14th century, It was quite small one, small castle, probably some kind of fort as well. The area was quite ascending. There were not so much forest, and obviously the forest was also cut and quite actively unused for house building activities and needs, while especially in the early modern period, 16th and early 17th centuries, this expansion of city demanded much more forest than actually the surrounding environment could offer. And therefore, it started some kind of aggression of dunes towards, this is a map from the late 17th century, the earliest one that depicts this, quite schematically, but still depicts this town. Due to this invasion of sands that actually was caused by this deforestation, city center has been relocated for several times, and parts of this older city, some parts of this older city now appears under the several layers, not only cultural activities but also natural activities. So as for archaeologists, that was quite challenging to decide, okay, now we indeed had reached the undisturbed sand that would not be followed by other cultural layer, let's say so. At the same time, there's a lot of military heritage, military history that relates to the coastal areas. And if you're looking to Riga, then besides the fortress city Riga, we have several smaller fortifications in surroundings, like previous Kopranchans or Kopran fortress, that is present day, that is aerial view of this remains of this fortress in the early 1920s, one of the first aerial photos, presently it's quite hard to find any visible features and structures of the previous fortress. But as our university is going to build new academic campus on the site of previous fortification, to feel more stronger, of course, then there's a lot of archaeological work going on, and indeed quite much remains of these 17th century Swedish period fortifications had appeared. They are not preserved. They are actually usually after that covered again, probably due to this also financial issues. There's a military heritage remains also from the late 19th, early 20th century that was used quite actively in the First World War, for example. In Mangaisala, that's actually the coast of the Gulf of Riga, but within the limits of city ports. This is this nowadays look, and there's very good website about military heritage in Latvia, so you can find a lot of pictures from that and other similar points. When it goes to some industrial, there is quite much to say. Lighthouses probably is one of the best preserved heritage types, let's say so. We have not so many lighthouses, approximately 10, but all of them are listed, and so some are functioning as museums and so on. But not so much is preserved as part of contemporary, let's say 20th century history, because most of the ships had disappeared. But of course there are several projects that deal with preservation of these local shipping traditions. But mostly these are shipping, inland shipping, or also fishing in a very close vicinity of the coast of the Gulf of Riga. And this, for example, North Atlantic fishing, that was very active part of economy only in the Soviet occupation period, when it was one of the most profitable businesses. But not, for example, even in the interwar period, when actually it only started to be resort and considered for development. Other activities that is more legendary than factological, that's question of Baltic pirates, actually the piracy in the Baltic Sea. There are some historical evidence, for example, that in the very late 14th century, so-called Vitalian brothers were active also in the area of southern Estonia and northern Latvia, somewhere here. Well, there's no archaeological findings that could support, but well, some 14th century texts mentions attacks of pirates towards these regions. At the same time, in Kurzeme, in one of the nature conservation area, we have cliff with cave that is also, according to the local legends, is a cave where pirates were hiding during the 17th and 18th century. Well, it was not researched because it's natural protection area, it was not excavated, but it's quite nice mythology that actually relates to this site. Of course, about concerning pirates, we may look back again to the Viking Age. Well, we can't escape Vikings when we are talking about the Baltic Sea, but still that's a very nice topic. And for example, one Lithuanian colleague, Audrone Bliujiene, analyzed spilling hoard that was found in Gotland more than 25 years ago, and on the basis of that she reconstructed how these Icelandic Vikings or pirates operated in the Baltic Sea area. And a lot of Scandinavian activities appear to be in the central part of Latvia, around several rivers, but not so much in the coastal area. That would be, we might expect as more active, especially if we are looking to the 12th century, the period before Crusades, then again on the basis of some written sources, Scandinavian sagas and so on, that are not so relevant, but anyway, they mention these Cronian Vikings, and Vlado Žulkus, another Lithuanian archaeologist, he also attempted to reconstruct these Cronian Viking activities, actually Cronian pirate and plundering activities in the Baltic Sea, on the Gotland shores, and also southern Scandinavia. But yes, we have one very good example of this intercultural communication and coexistence that is growing on the very coastal area of the Western Latvia. That's present-day city, but in the pre-Viking time, already in the early 7th century, there were established several burial grounds, as well as quite large settlement, and it was not so. Well, the burial grounds are quite widely excavated, especially in the 1930s, 1929, 1930, and there are several of them are located. But as it is city, we don't know how much about cultural layer of city. So we try to also work in kindergarten area to find locate settlement remains, but it was not so easy. But this is indeed a site that is very proud of its Viking history, and there's an annual Viking festival called Zeeburg, because it's considered to be the site of Rimbert, who mentioned it in his late 9th century chronicle, concerning when he described attacks of Scandinavian Swedes and Danes to the Baltic area. So this is one of the largest these living history festivals in the Baltic region, and especially due to the connections between connections between Baltic and Scandinavia. There are since the 9th and 10th centuries we have the first written texts that mention some ethnicities, some sites, some place names of the Baltic in, for example, runestones that mentions Cape of Kolka or Domnus Cape and Semigalia, and so on. Other very interesting but controversial topic is so-called Wends or Wenish people in northern part of Kurzeme. That appeared in the 13th century text Chronicle of Henry, who says that these were people who came from this Curonian area and then went to territory of Riga and then further inland towards present-day Cesis or medieval Venden, that even used this image of like historic warrior in their present-day coat of arms. These Vendic people appeared till the middle of the 14th century, and it had been long-lasting discussion who they were, why they were there, and what had happened with them. Some researchers would like to believe that they are some kind of foreigners to modern Livic people that are Finnish-speaking group in territory of Latvia. But it rather looks that they were very local group, maybe even somehow related with Saaremaa Island, because there are a lot of similarities in archaeological material, and therefore it can't be related to the so-called Livic coast, that is protected area of the northwestern Kurzeme, and that is based actually on the ethnographical research starting in the middle of the 19th century. And therefore the question is when these so-called modern Leaves, or those persons who spoke these Finnic languages, appear in this region. Archaeologically, we may detect that some changes appear in 14th century, and it is closely related with the beginning of the sea fishing in the region. So probably it has some kind of relation because of new economical activity, new connections, and also new language. And that probably is the beginning of that area that for last 30 years are known as this Livi coast, approximately 50 kilometers along the Baltic Sea. And this is exactly the area about which Jana are going to continue to speak. So yeah, sorry, thank you very much for your attention.
For the history of Latvia, in brief, you know.
Very brief. Yeah, so, we may go into details of every topic
yes,
now.
Now we are talking who was visiting Sigtuna.
Not we. That's not story. That's not our blame.
So some questions.
May I ask?
Robert.
You said that the museum in Riga, which is history of the city and the navigation.
Yeah.
But as I understand about your presentation, it is more concentrated to the maritime trade.
Yeah.
Not the navigation itself.
No. There's quite a good collection of ship models. Mm-hmm. It also had made some publications, but about a trading fleet of, for example, the Republic of Latvia, about the captains and seamen of Soviet occupation period, and so on. But it's not going so much about shipbuilding, for example, and material culture studies, or all this maritime culture research and so on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question about this Kurzeme area. Because you mentioned that 14th century, that is fishing, but is it later 16th century? You have also this manual accounting books and church books. What's the material of fishing in the 16th century?
Well, that much later material, not 16th century. From that region, I think we have only from 18th century. I might be not correct, but it's indeed quite late one.
For example, west coast of Estonia, there is a fishing document from 1591. It's also already like about the quality of the
Well, there's not such narrative texts we don't have, for example, about such, but there are also some kind of short notices or short observations that appears in some other unrelated documents. Yeah, but I would rather stress this, let's say, retrospective view on the basis of material culture, how it changes actually. Yeah.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Now I'm so happy to invite here architect who has defended his doctoral thesis in architecture, who is actually lecturer too, but mostly renowned of his absolutely amazing effect on Kuldiga UNESCO town, protection of Kuldiga UNESCO town architecture. The architect of Kuldiga town, member of Latvian Council of Architects, Jana Jakobson. I'm specifically happy that actually besides protecting together with local communities and financing the protection of buildings, you are taking care of Venta River traditional fisheries, because Kuldiga is actually coastal town, yeah, of Venta River. So yeah, yes, floor is yours.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, colleagues. Actually, this is not my presentation. This is my colleague Iris Andriksson's presentation. And it's a pity she cannot be here. And that's why we made a little bit this presentation together to continue the theme Andris already started, Leaving Coast. But a little bit wider, we would like to speak about heritage and its guardians at the northwest coast of Latvia. Andris mentioned that it is 500 kilometers long, so I will talk about 50 kilometers long coastline. And you already know where is Latvia situated, and so this is this coastline I would like to talk about, and also this Kolka, which is a very special place in Latvia history. So I will talk not from the perspective of architect, but from the perspective of tourism. And of course, tourism is one of the things which uses our coastal heritage and which also gives for our cultural heritage. And so the tourism economy, tourism and tourism economy are the main lens through which the relationship between heritage and economic development is traditionally regarded, because it generates income and foreign exchange, creates jobs, stimulates regional development and supports local communities, as we saw already here in Lahama. And not only is the quantity of the tourism economy, but also its quality is important when looking into its contribution to local economy, culture, environment, communities, social life, the local workforce, the quality of the touristic offer and the attractiveness of the place, both for the domestic and international visitors. And the content of this presentation, I took quite a lot of slides off, because we don't have such a many time to speak about development policies, Latvian, and territorial plans, and etc. So I left only the content which is about communities mostly, and how they feel about living in this coastal heritage places, and what they need actually for getting better and better tourism products there. The northwest coast, Aira called it Livonian coast, Andris called it Liivu coast, so maybe I would say Latvian Liivu coast. Is exceptional part of the northwest coast of Latvia, rich in intangible and intangible cultural heritage of Livonian culture, strengthening from Oviši to Jipka, within area of two municipalities, Ventspils and Talsi. And actually this presentation became personal when I understood that Aira will speak about Kolka and Talsi, where I live, and when I spent my childhood summers, because my grandmother came from Kolka, and now it became even more and more interesting to know much more about Latvian coast, because she never associated her with Liivi, and my father also never associated, even all her life lived in Kolka. Yes, and also Livonian coast landscape, part of the seacoast landscape, the greatest Latvian geographical treasure. I will show you later why. And it's because Cape of Kolka or Kolka's rocks, Kolka Horn, one of the Latvian's iconic landscapes, which I already mentioned for you. Also Livonian cultural space, traditional and contemporary culture, and also monuments of state and local importance like
small villages, fishermen villages, Košraks and Sīkraks village, Kolka Lighthouse Complex, Oviša Lighthouse Tower, medieval ancient cemeteries in Košraks, Lielirbe, Mazirbe, and part of Soviet western border, which was of course closed zone during the Cold War, highly controlled militarized area. And it also became more and more interesting because I'm also, a few months ago, became the deputy head of the Talsi municipality, so Sustainable Development Council, which is responsible about decisions in this place actually. So I need to even more know about this more and more. So I found out that in this interactive map of military tourism objects, we have 58 military and industrial historical objects in this area. Actually, it's quite a wide number of this, and yes, it is Mazirbe and Kolka Coast Guard observation towers, Mazirbe boat cemetery, which is interesting object. Okay, I will show you later. Military town Zvaigznīte, of course, empty town. Ventspils International Radio. This Ventspils International Radio Astronomy Center, which is also like tourism object at the moment, but not only. And private collection of Soviet military trucks and other things there. Yes, I did mention that this is common interactive map for Estonia and Latvia. I guess you already know that map. And of course, when we got our independence again in 1991, it became state-protected Liivi cultural and historical territory. And yes, I already mentioned 50 kilometers along the Irbe Strait. Until 2003, under the subordination of the State Environment Committee, Ministry of the Environmental Protection. And from 2007, there are changes in administrative things. But yes, it is a preserved territory and cultural landscape already from 1991. And there are several ministries and institutions which are involved, like stakeholders, lots of them, you see. Environmental Protection Ministry and Regional Development, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Economics and its organizations, and of Agriculture, Kurzeme Planning Region, Talsi Municipality. And that's why we have also lots of involved financial, legal bases like laws and building regulations and state budget and EU funds, banks, and so lots of, yes, I already mentioned stakeholders and things involved in it is from the side of organizations and the government at the moment. And the one thing what is important for locals is this administrative reform, because they think that it affected them a lot. But actually, because in Latvia last year we got from 119 municipalities 42, so these became bigger and bigger. But if you see that, Andres, can I borrow your pen, please? So, and if you see that at the moment they are worrying because they have their own municipalities, like this one, and this one. So at the moment they are all together in one municipality, but actually till 2009 they also were together in one municipality, and this is quite wide discussed, but reform already ended on the paper, as we say, but the discussions are going on, and they don't like to be the part of one wider municipality because they think that they don't have enough attention to their cultural traditions, space and needs. So Livonian organizations, you see quite a lot of them, and they also have their cultural center where they can gathering, and the oldest one is founded in 1923, Livonian Union. It will celebrate next year its 100th anniversary, and it's more than 140 locals gathering there. And of course it was closed during Soviet occupation and re-established in 1988. And it deals most with language, because as already Ave mentioned, the language is one of the most things to keep the culture alive. And this is not only the dialect, but also really the language, the language. And they have their own center, built in the 30s, and this is also one of the organizations which has very wide website, so you can find a lot of information there, and two local organizations where you cannot find any information on the website about them, but they are quite active on the place. NGOs is Society Randalist with locals and Domesnes. These are founded in 2013 and 14, and they really work together to create local workshops and to preserve their underwater heritage collections and write articles and such things on the local level. Yes, and one thing is also that University of Latvia has its Livonian Institute and its support society, and it was founded in 2018 based on the comprehensive scientific research work, and it's also have summer universities, conferences, publications, and is granted from the state. And so I promised Vaira to give you two requests or proposals, because when she prepared this presentation, she really met lots of the locals and lots of organizations and visited the centers. And so one is the Kolka Livonian Community House, which is opened in 2019 in the really middle of Kolka village. And this center has new enthusiastic employees, and also a new exhibition. And so this center really looks for the new partners, new persons who could be interested in researching, in collaboration in fishing, fishermen, villages, themes, and yes, if you are interested in this Livi cultural heritage or some other cultural heritage which could cooperate with this, please contact them. You see the mails. And if we speak about tourism, because this presentation is mostly concentrated on tourism, then Uši is the first coastal farmstead, holiday home, camping, master classes, degustation, guided tours at Livonian coast, which already were founded in the 90s, and made the understanding how we could work and live in the coastal place in old fishermen villages. And this Uši is the place where they started to work more with sklandrausis, dižrausis, šograusis, or it is carrot pie actually. And the first name of Latvian product entered in the register of traditional specialties guaranteed is this sklandrausis. So this is also very important for this region, that they have this very special sklandrausis, what you can see here in those pictures. They have even their festival organized in Dundaga Castle, and so every good saimniece, every good housewife, or how you say in English, makes her own landroshi to be better than the other ones. And Kolkas Raks, Kolkasia also is the place where lots of private-public partnership examples are made. A good visitor center, accommodation, infrastructure. You can see here it's visitor center, and this is the place where meeting with nature, because you saw already. I'm sorry. Quite a little bit similar houses that we yesterday see in Näoga. sorry. And they have very nice CD where photo comes together with special music about the special environment and landscapes, and of course lights on the sea, people in different actions. And they also have one idea which I need to say to you and propose, because I also is volunteering in the Riga Support Center for Ukrainians, and she had this idea from her colleague, which works in Kolkas Raks, and she talked with him, and she really appreciates its idea and wanted also me to say to you this, that we had our Baltic way. You already know what it means. And this newest idea of his man is for honor of the 35-year anniversary of the Baltic Way, Chain of Freedom, to repeat its route as the Light Road starting from Kiev. Yes, he is very actually enthusiastic person. I don't know, maybe you have another thoughts, or good you can express your attitude to this idea or to support it. I hope because I think he will continue with this idea strongly. And if you are interested in this, please contact. You can see the email here, or me, or Aira. So this is another thing what I need to say, what I get from the locals as ideas or requests to say to you when they know that we are coming here talking about coastal heritage, and also in context of situation at the moment in Ukraine. And also Piandra Pitraga, it's very interesting place, Latvian heritage place. And this farm features a unique collection of fencing with some 20 types of fences that have been typical along the Līvu shore in Latvia. And during the past 3 years, the owner has built these fences on the basis of old photographies. This is a very interesting place. And in the end, those observations from the stakeholders, as you see, many of them are like here, you already mentioned before, like heavily affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, war in Ukraine, total unpredictability, and the impact of administrative territorial reform, and insufficiency knowledge of legal base, sometimes too much stakeholders, as we talked already, lack of legal base for lobbying in Latvia, suspension of terminations of NGOs, lack of capacity, and non-participatory approach, lack of focus, and of course the population versus prospective newcomers, only for the summertime, for the summer houses, and inactive permanent residents, so nothing depends on me, I'm not interested, it's not for me. And the change of generation, of course. Old ones still work a lot and basically on poor enthusiasm, and young ones doesn't do nothing without money. But they are urged to mostly create united Latvian coast with developed modern tourism infrastructure, as we already talked with Estonian colleagues, that without modern tourism infrastructure it's not possible actually to work a very qualitative in tourism way. And so Cape Colca and Livonian coast calls you to dive into the green, white, blue legacy of nature and culture and receive unforgettable feelings, and let's prepare smartly and together for the decades to come. So, okay, thank you very much. I tried to give you the message from the tourism view about the place which I need to get more and more involved. Okay.
Who is first the only one to ask something or comment?
Yeah,
Robert.
2 comments. There is the Livonian People's House in Rannapärandi. Yeah, but the author is a very famous Finnish architect, and you can find a lot about his life and his creation in Finland. So it is worth to study.
Okay.
And the other one you counter the lighthouses, but there is one, the biggest, which is not on the seashore, but a little bit further from the coastline. No, not Kolka. I don't know the Latvian name. The Russian name is Mihailovsky Mayak.
Masters?
No. A little bit further from the coastline.
Further from the coast.
No, not on the coast, but a little bit further on the sea.
In the sea.
In the sea.
It is Kolka.
No, Kolka.
Okay.
Kolka is there.
Yes, Kolka.
We just want.
You mean there?
Yeah.
Oh, we have
This one is made in Tallinn, in military shipyard, and transported there. In the military shipyard, which we visited, which is the Maritime History Museum in Tallinn. So it's very specific technology, and was totally too.
Okay, it's good to know. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much. And we do hope that Aira Andriksson gets well, because she was on the way here when the accident happened. So we really do hope that she gets soon well. I give her greetings from all of us, the best wishes. So when you are now slightly moving to Latvia, because you have to do. Second announcement I have to make before last presenter, that is actually the first presenter of our Mohni journey, is that Elizabeth Shotton. Professor Elizabeth Shotton couldn't come in person. She made absolutely excellent recording. But due to the lack of time, we don't watch this recording now, because we don't have very good audio here. But we put it up so you can see it from tomorrow onwards. And her case of Irish-Welsh networking initiative is exactly on the spot of our theme of climate change and cooperation and protecting water heritage. So I strongly recommend you to all of you, all of us, and the networks to look at it from tomorrow onwards in our Estonia ICOMOS.org webpage. It is absolutely excellent, and we wave you here from here, Elizabeth, when you hear us. So thank you so much. It is absolutely excellent lecture. Now I'm happy to introduce all of you from here. See this lighthouse there, yeah? It should be like in the center, but you here don't see. But when you come there, this window is aimed to be in the center of this window. Should be aimed to lighthouse, which is like a cross in the window, which is like a chapel. And the next lecture, I asked Jaan Vali to give some words about Estonian lighthouses before we visit one. Jaan Vali is our long-time colleague. He was active in heritage protection. He is active more than 50 years. It was how much time you have been active in heritage conservation? 40 years. Engineer in heritage, your last position in heritage board was councillor of heritage board as it comes to, and member of historic lighthouse societies. And when I was in Austria in the archives of Europa Nostra, I specifically searched for the Estonian lighthouses collection that gave you Europa Nostra prize in 2003. Was it? Yes. 2004. Yeah. So the first Europa Nostra prize that Estonia got was his work on Estonian lighthouses. So Jaan Vali, floor is yours, and later you are captain and on our boat too. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to introduce you Lahema's history from at the sea. Doesn't work. It means we are talking about navigation in Lahemaa. Nowadays it's rather easy to sõita, noh, see to sail on a sea, but because we have got global position system and electronic maps chart, but you see this old chart, it's not very correct, and but you can see that there is Finnish Gulf in here, and in Finnish Gulf was two main waterways, one near the north coast and another north coast, and there was main international waterway, but close to south coast. It's not far from here, it's going local waterway, and we shall talk about this waterway. So that's a Lahemaa, you can see Smohni Island, and there is 4 peninsulas, big peninsulas here. It's Juminda, Pärispea, Käsmu and Vergi peninsula. And the main rule in here is to keep distance from the this top of the peninsula, because there was very low water everywhere. But in near the Mohni, it's another problem. There is one shoal bank in here, and you may make accident in here. So you have to know this bank, and it was not marked. Only used pilot who knows these waters. But already the first lighthouse was don't want to work. Thus we see sailing boat and one floating stake buoy. And to sail in these waters, it needs knowledge. And you have seen, I think, yesterday, Käsmu, this maritime school. And there most what to learn there was to find your position on a sea, how to make it.
pane uuesti tagasi, siis peaks
midagi pärast, jah. That's eight navigation, that fixed marks. That it means lighthouses, beacons, and day marks, landmarks, all that. And there was floating. It's for the floating marks. It's buoys and stake buoys and so on. So we can see it's a map from the beginning of last century, and you can see where is already in 30s lights. You see, for example, it's Juminda, Hara Loksa, it's town, and the port. So it's Mohni important, and Käsmu, little lighthouse you can see. I think you have seen yesterday. Yeah, and Vergi. It's a very good port in Lahemaa.
Ma tulen, ma panin su palju.
Yeah. Nii, we can see how the shipping in here, well, it was a good picture. Our coastline is very low, and so the ships are on a rate, and by boats the people was transport to the ships next. Loksa, it is in Hara Bay, and Loksa port and Helling over there. There was already a brick factory. So, Võsu, it was resort, summer resort. So passengers wanted to come from Tallinn, from even from St. Petersburg. And so it's the same. The coastline is low and the ship on a raid and people by boats going to me. And steam ship over there next. And near the chasm was put harbor of refuge port near the chasm, where when the storm was on the sea, they were waiting over there. And Vergi, there you can see ship, what is did the port place over there. Now it's a very good port, little port over there. So lighthouses. Juminda, it's a worst little lighthouse on the border guard house. And then next was Juminda. It's a high lighthouse in 1937, and later it was built higher because the forest is growing up and no sea was seen from the sea. It's a rescue station, Juminda. It exists right now, and Pärispea, there was rescue station again. It's interesting little island, Hara.
Opposite where we were in yesterday.
Yeah, Hara Island. You can see over there is fish factory. It's famous Tallinn.
This Tallinn herrings, spiced
herrings.
Spiced
I don't remember the little fish.
Yeah.
But
Tallinna on soovis.
Kuidas
Tallinna on soovis.
Anyway, a very typical small fish from his waters here that we sprat,
yeah.
Tallinn sprat, which is spiced.
Yeah.
It's
produced in here first, and little lighthouse over there can see. Next, this lighthouse. Next, now what make higher this lighthouse, because again forest is growing and no scene. Now it's again problem.
5 meters, it will be 5 meters higher.
Yeah. So Loksa, it is an oil lamp on the quay. So Mohni, it's most important in here, in this region. Old map from Ekholm. Ekholm is old name. Mohni, it was built in 1806. First wooden lighthouse. Later a brick lighthouse was built, and the catoptric lights in every mirror with lamp, and all time must be in night time a watchman who all times managed with them, because there was 20 or more these lamps, and to the There was overbuilt higher this lighthouse in 1817, yes. Yeah, and that's a new system, that's glass work, Fresnel system, you can see, and it's revolved round, and you can see on the horizon ship flashed, and that was character, and for this character the seamen understand that it's exact Mohni, not the other Mohni lighthouse. You can see there was clockwork system. It's turned round, and there was high over there moving. Right. Next, and so it's that kind of stream is going rounded. And that you can see today this. And that was station, lighthouse station over there. Yeah. And there was servant house, there was lighthouse keeper's house with family. He was boss, of course, and lives separately. There was keller, so oil store, sauna, and there was the wood store. So you can see servant house in here. Now you can see what's the rooms and how they lived. Sauna, because people are very, very often very cold was there, especially, and they have to go to the sauna. It's very important thing, and that is fog siren, where is nothing to see on the sea, so they make a noise, so even people in the area, I know in Verdi, it's 20 or more kilometers, they heard this, it was as a cow voice, so loud voice. So some pictures of Mohni, and there was a lighthouse keeper with family, you can see in here, and there was even Smith's workshop, yeah, even in that lighthouse. You got some picture from here, and so now already similar to our days, the picture. And if you go to this lighthouse, you can see even old equipment. And you can understand how it works. It turned around. And there was old glasswork and equipment. And of course, all time changed. and modern side, and it was the last I have seen. Maybe now it's already something more modern already. And energy they get from sun panels and wind generators. Earlier, when was electric lighting, it was used big diesel generators. Some pictures from this lighthouse you can see over there. So, it Käsmu lighthouse, a little lighthouse, and later this lighthouse keeper. And there was a day mark, it was a lobby name. Interesting, so day mark. It was a sea from the, it was, look, we can find it on a sea. And understand where you are. And Bergi that is good port. At the first little beacon, and later 36 already lighthouse was built. And there was line range lights to come from the sea exactly to the harbor. Next. And so they worked till now, and we can manage on the sea without these electron maps. I am summertime living not far from that lighthouse, and it's from the sea. It's good to understand where you are, to come back, and when you are staying in autumn, you are staying too long time on a sea, and it's already dark. You can find easily way. Thank you.